Good morning, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure to greet you in our second day of the WEPs Forum 2021, restating the commitment with equality this year being performed 100% online. My name is Cristiane Silva Pinto, and I will be here this afternoon. I'm an activist, communicator, and also founder of Afro Google. And I hope my presence here will remind you of that community that is excluded, even from discussions about inclusion, black women. And as Angela Davis mentions, if a black woman moves, the whole society moves with her. So the WEPs Forum is sponsored by the European Union, and it's in its fourth edition. And for the second time, we are performing the event in the framework of the Win-Win program that brings the gender equality means good business. And since 2008, the European Union sponsors this event. The program is present in 6 countries of Latin America and Caribbean: Argentina, Brazil, Chile, Costa Rica, Jamaica, and Uruguay. Besides promoting gender and race equality as a tool for business and foster the importance of the organizational culture exchangeability, this year the event will share how female empowerment contributes to recover from the current COVID-19 crisis. The WEPs Forum 2021 was organized in panels, interviews inside the WEPs context and the connection of the Sustainable Development Objectives. We expect the forum to contribute in inspiring and in the inspiration and progress of each company. We believe in the collaboration of companies, countries, Latin America, Caribbean with Europe. This forum aims at supporting the advance of companies, presented some of the practices that are implemented with success. I invite you to use the hashtag that we have here, WEPs Forum 2021. So we had more than 2,300 people who enrolled in this event. Here at the website, we have a networking rooms divided by the WEPs subjects, the WEPs principles. There will be the networking rooms option, and this is a timeline of a social network. You can post comments, ask questions, ask for suggestions, and interact as you wish. We'll invite you all to use this space to be in touch with other companies and participants who are here today. Each speaker will speak in their own language, Portuguese, Spanish, or English. And here you have the chance to choose the language in which you want to hear the event. We would like to thank the interpreters that are here with us in our studio to assure that everything is translated to you. Today, we are going to start our second day with a really special guest. And she's here with us, Mrs. Epsy Campbell, VP of Costa Rica. Good afternoon, Mrs. VP. It's a great pleasure to have you here. We are very excited to hear your welcome message for our second day of WEPs Forum. The floor is yours. Welcome. Good morning, good afternoon to you all who are here following us today. I would like to greet and thank to be you all to invite me for the WEPs Forum. And that places us in the core of discussions of the role of women and the role we have to have in relation to coordination strategy between the public sector, the private sector, and international organizations. I would like to greet the Strategic Association, the European Union, which purpose is to search this transformation of reality to empower women through knowledge of their role. And they are the ones who leverage development and to be part of the group of countries in Latin America with Chile, Argentina, Uruguay, Jamaica, in a program like this one allow us to exchange experience, to acknowledge what we do, and that we are transforming this program. And it's a moment in which we have to do to strengthen, to increase capacities to make business, better commercial deals, and also train ourselves in order to get the best of our potentials. The final purpose that we never miss is to empower women, to have strong women ahead, opening spaces. And I would like to be here and mention some essential subjects. We need to realize that it's essential for the global development, an active participation of women in all productive process. We've mentioned that many times, but what we have seen is that we don't include women, and if we don't do that, we won't develop. We won't go and achieve our development. And today, the pandemic has expelled women from the productive markets, closed hundreds, thousand businesses that belong to women who took their first steps. And today, it is essential to us to generate a plan, a program, like the win-win program. They have to be seen in a new perspective. We need to generate alliance with the private sector that is clearly identified and understands that hiring women is essential, to have women in strategic roles in companies, to incorporate the diversity of the population in the business world and different roles is something that will generate more opportunities and more economic growth at the end. We know all the investigations, all the reports have proved that. They've proved that more and more companies will incorporate diversity with human talent because they know they have different points of views, and that allow us to have a better understanding of our surroundings, and also in a way that will affect groups, customers who are buying, generating opportunities with our products and everything. We have to think about the actions. Which are the concrete actions that allow us to evolve in a route or to take a step back and choose the route we had in the past? I believe we have to think about companies. Companies should establish targets for women participation in decision-making job spots. And you've seen the passion and capacity women have to lead teams, to make decisions, not only related to their knowledge, but with the knowledge of everybody. They are sensitive and they understand how transformations are being done, how things are being changed, because if you have more and more women, you are going to have better results. And we have different identities of women who bring not only knowledge and technical knowledge, but they bring to the table different points of view that will contribute to the economic growth. It's important also to support business belonging to women, to generate a framework, a network, an environment in which it is possible to have business belonging to women because they can develop themselves and develop their communities. I would like to mention everything related to the incorporation of women. This is essential for the growth of the GDP of our countries. When we leave women aside, we are betting a smaller growth, a less inclusive growth, a growth that is more restrictive and do not allow the well-being of all people. It's really important to understand that we need to make alliances with the private sector. The society we want to impact, and this alliance is related to hiring women and thinking about the positive impacts they have in the company. So that bring positive impacts, generating results not only to countries but also to society, resulting in good things to companies. So women has a point of view that is related to many points. More and more, we have companies with missions. We understand how these companies understand that this is a larger pact than just generating more resources to the partners. So I would like to pull this process of inviting more and more companies to be part of the principles of empowering women. We should not be afraid of being part of this society, a society that is changing day after day. We have women present in the market, and that lead to actions looking at the future, actions that maybe we are not going to know all the results immediately, but we are going to know part of the results. So it is essential to win the presence of women, because it is a win-win situation when women are present in the business. We women are pioneers, and the government and institutions should support that. We need to understand that most rights of women will be related to empowerment, personal empowerment, economic empowerment, and the guarantee that such things will allow us to leave the human rights to health, education, culture, their own identity. This is a moment of great transformation. It's a moment in which we have many women present. The Win-Win program implemented and sponsored by the European Union is a strategy that we have to place in a great moment, in a great place during the pandemic and after the pandemic. And we are going to set targets on how we are going to recover ourselves, everything that we lost during the pandemic, but also to reach 2030, saying that no woman was left behind. The children and young people, they will have assured great quality work. Indigenous women, black women, women from the rural side will have opportunity to work. to work and have their own contribution to business, society through knowledge and creativity. I would like to finish really incentivizing women. What we have today that challenge us is the possibility to multiply our creativity, be capable of consolidating that, take advantage of all opportunities that exist, look how we generate a greater potence and work with the commitment of what we have in the UN Women, the European Union, and so on. And look at companies that can be an example for uh, the development, and also as companies and the private sector, that they are essential for us to understand that the economy, this economy related to the care of everybody, men, women, and even the more vulnerable ones, is a commitment from our society. It's a commitment from the state, the private sector, the communities, and the families. This is a commitment of the international organizations. If we want to empower women, we need to empower men so they return home, they perform productive work, they understand that this is an alliance in which win-win is the purpose, and will be able to have better opportunities. Today, we have to open doors to women. Today is the moment in which those who were left behind will feel that we are able to give our hands to them, to follow them, to generate more opportunities, to generate resources necessary to have a great place for women in which their activities and business will succeed, and companies and leaders understand that their growth as companies is totally and directly related to more women working in all spaces, incorporating themselves in the management of companies, managing small and big business, large business, and generating a new ecosystem that will allow us to say that we've done our task. Costa Rica is totally committed, and as the vice president, and as my own purpose is to have great relationships in order to build this world with sustainable economic growth for men and women. And we will benefit from the entire productive process and the economic process, and we will achieve our best. So no women or girl will be left behind. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Campbell. I was really thrilled by your inspiring talk, reminding us about investing in women, empower women, and calling us all for action. Thank you very much, Ms. Epsi Campbell. It's a great pleasure to have you here today. Thank you. So after this amazing opening, I believe we can continue our day that has a lot of special content to you all. We'll have our agenda, and as you know, to influence the supply chain and implement gender-sensitive purchase policies is part of our principle number 5, a principle in which companies are not that advanced, as we've seen through the gap analysis too. So companies committed with the WEPs will be able to incentivize suppliers to develop internal practices of gender equality through specific policies for their supply chain. They can still stimulate purchasers to identify more companies that are led by women. And this is going to be the subject of our next panel. We need to change and transformation, potent transformation in the supply chain. We are going to have Maria José Tonelli. She is a professor at FGV, is in the Business Management Company School, of São Paulo. Priscilo Laxinski de Souza Miguel, she is a professor at FGV, also here in Brazil. Brenda Bianchi, she is the Corporate Affair Manager of L'Oréal Argentina. Andrea Halabi, she's the Commercial Manager of Dairy Products Division from Walmart Chile. And moderating, we have Veronica Baracat. She's a specialist in the private sector of the Win-Win program and the UN Women Argentina. Welcome. The floor is yours. Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be the moderator of the WEPs Forum 2021. I'm Veronica Baracat. I'm the national specialist for the private sector in UN Argentina. And here we have Brenda Bianche. She is from L'Oréal Argentina. Andrea Halabi. She is from Dairy Products, Ready Meal, and Tea Time from Walmart. And Maria José, who's a professor of FGV, that is the management school in São Paulo. And Priscila Miguel, also a professor from FGV. Well, as you know, this panel is related to the WEPs principle number 5, related to the market and how to incorporate the gender inclusion in the value chain. And it's really important to mention that the gender equality, they are considered in the socio-economic development and also the environmental development of our countries. And it's essential to provide equality. So to start, I would like to start asking Brenda from the corporate affairs in L'Oréal, what was the principles that L'Oréal did during the COVID, and what is this plan that you've implemented and how it was done in relation to companies led by women? Thank you, Veronica. Thank you all. Thank you to the entire team organizing our meetings, our events in Latin America. Well, I can share with you how the process is here in Argentina. We are quite aware of the situation we are going through here in Argentina. And what we most acknowledged is that the company somehow prepared itself to manufacture hand sanitizer, and it was 100% for donation. We didn't manufacture that for selling. We donated to the to the civil society, to hospitals, to places where they needed, and this all was part of an even bigger plan and something that is related to the protection of working places with all the employees worldwide. And after that, potentialize our relationship with customers, and we count with our value chain that has suffered a lot due to sanitary issues. One thing that you are quite interested is how we have worked with the beauty parlors and how they faced that moment. They've completely stopped because our products somehow they continue to be manufactured and used because they were hygiene products, but we had partners working with us. Specifically with this so important customer that is the beauty parlor, we really performed a great work. Besides training people in relation to our products, we had some prepaid credits because people had bills to pay. Those who needed this credit benefit were somehow helped. The paying plans had to be flexible and everything. Well, beauty parlors couldn't open, and we worked with them in both points. First, we made them digital. We helped them move from the physical to the virtual. Many women were working in the beauty parlors, and that's why I really enjoy talking about that. I don't know what future purchase means. It is a project that allows us to offer incentives to beauty parlors or any other commercial activity related to service during quarantine, and just allow them to pay because what happened was they had to pay rent and all the utilities and everything. But people needed to cut their hair, to have their hair dyed and everything, so they could pay for the material later. So we offer flexibility to the parlors with the working hours. This has changed a lot. And that's how we somehow helped this generation of business. We also implemented these cloud solutions. Such cloud solutions helped beauty parlors with vouchers, and without further costs to them, we absorbed this concept of stores on the cloud, and we were able to help more than 3,000 beauty parlors in Argentina. Later, in relation to training, we allowed all beauty parlors, our customers or not, in our platforms to have a continuous update with courses. And that was a benefit to our customers and something that was open to all customers. And there they had the last world trendy. When they managed to open again their business, we trained them in relation to biosafety and everything. And when we talked to specialists, they had that seal saying that this beauty parlor is somehow trained with the health issues and health purpose of L'Oreal. Such advices related to the program is something that I would like to share with you. And the division that works with experts are available to each of them, and that added to the value chain. And this is something that we are facing. And we can help women once beauty parlors are a women business. Well, moving back to the impact to companies led by women, if you have analyzed your customers, your distribution network, how they were impacted, well, we had a global impact, and this impact in general as most vulnerable ones, those are data you also have. And you have evidences about that. Women in any situations were the most vulnerable ones during the pandemic. And they had to decide what they were doing because they were the most vulnerable part of the society. And we have a fund in the global level in which anyone from the civil society could be part and have access to different opportunities and this was a way that we found a clear way to create this fund. This fund of that we could intervene, and we specifically wanted to help this specific group of women. We are talking about beauty parlors and also organizations from the civil society that no longer received money. So help women live in poverty and also women, refugee women here in Argentina. They've received part of this fund. It was 50 million euros from all the world organizations. Organizations is spread all over the world. We helped more than 10 organizations here in Argentina. We followed them because we realized that the private part could also be part of that. Well, thank you very much. It was quite interesting. And from the Win-Win Program Argentina, I'm very happy to be part together with L'Oreal and these practices. Thank you, Brenda. Now we have our next guest. Andrea is the commercial manager of dairy products, ready meal, and tea time from Walmart. It's a pleasure to greet you, and I have two questions. During all these years, Walmart is focused in gender. So how the development program of distributors helped to incorporate companies led by women in the distribution chain? This would be my first question. And which are the benefits we have for such companies? Companies that have this corporate approach. Well, thank you. Thank you for the invitation. It's a great pleasure to be here with Maria José, Priscilla, and to place you in context. We are very proud of the 45,000 employees we have in Chile and all the inclusion and acknowledgement of diversity in our culture. Today, we have 45% of women, and we are very proud of that. And I would also like to say that I have been the leader of the commercial area to leverage the small companies. And this has started 3 years ago and has allowed us to train 65 entrepreneurs, and 30% of this number are part of Walmart Chile and work with us. We have different myths in retail. When we talk about women, they have the chance to enter in retail. They say that it's so that's why our programs are so especially focused on them. They can empower women and generate the future development. In 2019, we finished a program that is called Women for Chile, that together with entrepreneur women, we try to offer tools to improve business of these women and also be part of this world that sometimes make women afraid of. In 2020, with a situation that we had here in Chile and in the world. We had some problems pre-pandemic, and we had many initiatives. And during this time, we realized that the customer didn't understand who worked with us. So we said, okay, let's work with visibility so they will understand how they can find small and middle-sized companies that work with us online. And then we developed an image that it means that I'm a small and middle-sized company. And we had up to 55% of growth in such companies. That was amazing. And at the end of the year, we still had a program to potentialize the small and middle-sized companies. And we called through the independent community. We had 400 people without, and we chose 45 business to go through training that lasts 3 months. In the program, we had an area that is related to products and business development, and another one that connects to strategies and pillars of Walmart culture. Such business belong to women. Do you believe on that? And we also have a case of a woman, an entrepreneur woman, who is our representative. And besides giving visibility, we also empowered her, and today she works in programs with the government and the Inter-American Development Bank. Imagine the impact this woman had. And I would like to also to add our benefits, the benefits to our company. So why? Why do we do that? This is the question we are always asked. First, because in Walmart, we have a purpose that is quite important to us, and that moves us to make the life of all customers easier and better. We believe, we strongly believe that delivering specific tools to people who need such tools, that will help them to potentialize themselves. This last year has been a difficult year, a quite complex year, and for us it's essential. And that's why it is so important to support small and middle-sized companies. This is key for the development. And when a woman hires more women, the effect is long-lasting. And we have committed ourselves to potentialize such women and in the development of their business. This is key to incorporate benefits. This allows us to see all the innovation that is part of this moment. We sometimes work with a product that is not available in the market. It has its own characteristics, and today we can find in the supermarket. So how this would be a great business, isn't it? To have those differentials in our products, to have added values in our business. So we are really proud. We are really proud of all the programs we have for women empowerment. Thank you very much, Andrea. It's quite difficult when we think about purchases, because historically we are talking about something that is gender neutral. And how have you realized in Walmart that it was essential to work with such focus? Well, the value proposal, our value proposal, the value proposal of Walmart is related to diversity and inclusion, because we want to potentialize women, and we realize how difficult it is to lead, to have women as leaders. And women help women. And in our companies, Women want to potentialize this business. We have a strong group, a group that supports all women, offering knowledge and structure. Thank you very much. I'm the one thanking you. Now we are going to invite the next two speakers. Maria José Tonelli, she's a professor at FGV, the Business Administration School, and Priscilla, who's also a professor at the same school. I have a question to you, ladies. I will speak slowly in Spanish about which are the major learning points for the research you've done about diversity in the supply chain. Good afternoon. I don't know when we are going to show this video. First of all, it's a pleasure to be here. I thank you. I thank you, Veronica, and on your behalf, I would like to thank the entire team of Women Argentina in Uruguay, Chile, Brazil. It's a great moment to be part of this panel. I would like to share the context of our research. Well, we've performed a research that was requested. It wasn't the UN women from New York provoked us somehow. She visited São Paulo once, and she came to talk about a document from the United Nations about purchase in the productive chain, the procurement per se. We had researches saying that women in the procurement represented 1%. Then we started to ask ourselves where this number was, how could we relate, how could we understand better the entire process. And then, together with Priscilla, I coordinate a research center, the organization group of people, and Priscilla is the coordinator of a study center also. So we did this partnership and started a project that developed throughout time. In the first part, we had a quantitative research, and the second one was a qualitative research. So I'm going to talk about the research, the quantitative research, and then Priscilla will continue and we can interact a little bit. Right, Priscilla? Well, we did research with companies that signed the WEPs and companies that did not sign the WEPs. We had 109 companies answering our research. And then we have two major conclusions with the quantitative research we had. The first one is not that positive. And out of these companies that we've talked to, such programs to have the presence of women in productive chain, in business led by women, well, that didn't happen as we wished. This is one of the criteria for companies to be part of the WEPs, but what we saw was that here in Brazil, at least, and then it is important to expand this research for the Latin America and the Caribbean. But what we see here in Brazil is that we are taking baby steps in relation to the inclusion. It doesn't mean that it is something that nobody knows, but companies do not have an evolution in relation to this inclusion of business belonging to women. It is something that exists, but it's just an idea. The second conclusion we had, and it's somehow more positive, companies have expressed themselves saying, look, it's important to have women in the procurement area, and mentioning Walmart, is that it helps to understand preferences and behaviors. Consumers' preferences and behaviors. Women are responsible for buying things. I know a study from Argentina saying that the impact, the point of view of women in relation to purchases is quite important, and to have women in this chain is quite important. The second aspect is that because this may mean innovation, something that was mentioned now, innovation, reputation of companies, and also risk mitigation. So what we see is the acknowledgement of this importance of women in the procurement and the productive chain, and programs that are, how can I say that? They are incipient. They are right there in the beginning. And one thing that I would like to add here is that the UN here in Brazil, and this had to be seen in other countries, we don't have public policies, specific public policies for this matter. In the US, for instance, we know that companies for more than 20 years, they have as an obligation to, in their procurement, to have what we call diversity, minority groups, and so on. Well, with this overview, we started to think about the second part of our research that was trying to understand in the companies that were a little bit more evolved, what happened. So why these companies were at that point, what they had developed so far, and how companies managed to have more consistent programs for the inclusion of women. So I believe this is my first overview. I would like to thank you for the opportunity, and Priscilla, if you have anything to add, and if you would like to talk about the qualitative studies, the case studies we performed, the floor is yours.
Thank you to you and all the women's team. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you for the invitation. It's good to be here in this panel representing our research. As Majusé said, in the quantitative part, we saw that this reality of women, it is still starting in Brazil, and we tried to understand what actually made it so difficult for this implementation to happen, what made it easier. So last year we started some qualitative research with some companies, with purchasing companies in Brazil. And it's important because we started with companies that are not traditionally companies that sell to women. So we started with companies that sell to other industries to understand why these companies adopted this program and what made it easier for the adoption of this program. And what we found out is that inside this, and just going back a minute, we started with these two companies, and we started talking to suppliers as well in terms of properties and with entities that help to make this connection. And what we noticed is that for the purchasing company, although we know how much inclusion and diversity are strong in these companies, and they need to notice that this needs to be extended beyond the borders of the company. This also needs to apply to their suppliers. The issue of diversity and diversity of gender, it goes beyond the company. So that's why it's important to demand that the suppliers also have this equality of gender and try to get suppliers that work with women, supplying things to women. It is important to make that a basic value in the company. They need to have the sort of diversity culture, and this needs to be reminded to other companies. And also companies where it is very important to have the engagement of the purchasing team. So procurement is usually responsible for cost reduction. The social issues don't usually go into the agenda of the buyers. So we need to engage people, making them aware through programs, knowledge programs, and to understand what the benefits are of making that purchase from suppliers that are owned by women, because that's going to make you probably these purchasers are going to get engaged in the program. They're going to try and find information from suppliers that are qualified or are certified as suppliers for women. And the third point that is very important in terms of purchasing companies is the support of top management. So I have the issue of the pillars, the value of the company. I also need to have the top management promoting this kind of debate. And I need to have the procurement area convinced and noticing the value of this purchase, because without that, it's going to be very difficult to increase the volume of suppliers that are owned by women, as well as the expanding. So not only the spending, right, that we have, so not only the suppliers themselves. And we also understood, we also found some barriers. Many of these companies find it difficult to access and identify these suppliers. So they work with the entities, they work with entities that promote this kind of connection, but it is difficult for them to identify more technical suppliers, more specialized suppliers, and it is a strong point, which they call compliance. I cannot buy from a supplier that is cheaper or that has less quality. There is the need to develop suppliers, also owned by women, so that they will address the criteria of the purchasing companies. And as a result of this, we're going to not only increase the availability of supply, but we're also going to increase the engagement of these companies, these purchasing companies, so that they can increase their supplier base owned by women, and they can also increase this gender issue. Thank you very much, Maria Jose and Priscila, for all of your research. It's extremely interesting. And now we're going to close the panel, and I'm going to go over the topics that were discussed, talking about the importance of incorporating this, and in the case of L'Oreal, the inclusion because of the characteristics of the company. It was a very important tool to work in, and especially during the pandemic, right? So they were able to survive in these very complex moments. And it's always very important to do that. And the practical demonstration of what we did in theory, so that's what Maria Jose was saying in Brazil. So it happens in all the countries. On the one hand, the positive point is that these companies owned by women, they will be able to enter the chains of the large companies, and they will also have innovation, they will have a good reputation, and the development of new suppliers. So I'd just like to thank you very much for your participation, for developing this work in this win-win program, and let's keep working in order to achieve gender equality. Thank you very much. I'm really learning a lot here. I hope you are too. I would like to congratulate everyone for all of your actions trying to include women. It's all very inspiring, and hopefully this new information will help your company to implement policies and strategies that support these points. This has to do now with the principle 5 of the WEPs. The representation of women in ads and propaganda and the media. This has been discussed currently. We're talking about eliminating stereotypes and prejudice in the advertising campaigns. So in our next panel, we need to provide potent marketing strategies. So I'm going to invite Lucia Cabanas Fernandes, Marketing Manager of Corporate Communication and Sustainability in Itaú in Uruguay and the Executive Director of the Itaú Foundation, Kaja Francis, the founder of Digital Jamaica, Rocio Restaino, the head of brand strategy in the Southern Cone of Interbrand Argentina. There's also Camila Assis, Marketing Manager of Pão de Açúcar Brazil. Joyce Matos Mescolotti, the Strategy Director, heads Propaganda Brazil. Nisa Sanz, the Regional Director of the Cookies Market in the Nutresa Group in Costa Rica. And to moderate this panel, we will have Tainá Leite, a National Specialist in the private sector in the Win-Win program, UN Women Brazil. Over to you. Só para você saber, propaganda is...
Olá, boa tarde, boa noite, bom dia, bem-vindo.
Hello, good morning. Now we're going to talk about principle number 5. We're going to talk about several companies and representatives. And this is all in the marketing chain. When we talk about gender in communication and in advertising, it's still a problem. And this is something we need to work on if we want to achieve our objective of achieving principle number 5, sustainable development. So we definitely need to have a change in the presentation. So we're going to talk a little bit about how we can actually advance in terms of organizations and in terms of advertising. We also have a diverse panel here with several best practices that will be shared today with you. We're also going to hear from our Brazilian panelists, their initiative in the stereotype and prejudice campaign, eliminating stereotypes and prejudice. And the objective there is to provide changes in paradigm in the representation of women and girls. And then we have the Cannes Festival in 2017. This is where they discussed the categories for analysis and evaluation for the awards. And we were ahead in this debate in 2018. We did this back then in person. And then in 2019, we created the first national chapter of this Alliance on Stereotypes and Prejudice, and we have some representatives from this chapter who are going to talk a little bit more about what the work is like and how we see advertising and how we can look at gender equality. So today with me in Brazil, we have Camila Assis, who is a marketing manager of Pão de Açúcar. And we have Joyce Matos, who is a strategy director in Heads. Heads is a long-term partner. Also, Kaja Francis from Jamaica. She is the founder of Digital Disruption Agency, and she's going to talk about digital communication and resignifying gender here as well. From Uruguay, she is a marketing manager from Itaú and in Uruguay. Also in Uruguay, from Itaú in Uruguay. Then we have Nisa Sanz representing the food company from the Nutresa Group. She's from the cookie market. And then we're also going to have Rocio Restaino from Interbrand. It is an agency in Argentina. She is the chief brand strategy of brand strategy, and she's going to talk about some very interesting research. So welcome everyone to our panel, and we're going to start our conversation with Camila Assis from Pão de Açúcar. So let us begin talking to our Brazilian colleagues here. So I'd like to call Camila to talk to us about the trajectory of the Pão de Açúcar Group, GPA, in these stereotypes, in the Stereotype Alliance. So you entered this alliance, and we saw the diversity of race and ethnics. It's according to the way you've been working in GPA. So I'd like you to talk a little bit about this. And also, if you could also tell us the commitment of the group with the alliance. So how did that cause an impact in the company, and how you are working with these practices internally? Welcome, Camila. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm very happy to be in this forum with great professionals, incredible women, and to share the things that we have done in the Pão de Açúcar Group and that we have evolved on a daily basis. I've been working in GPA for 7 years, and I'm responsible for the branding, the Pão de Açúcar brand. And we're talking about the changes that we need to place inside and outside the companies. Over the last 2 years, we worked on important actions for the retail sector in terms of gender and inclusion. I think it's important to say that we have diversity and inclusion as a strategic pillar in our business. So as we've already said, we've been in WEPs since 2017, and other editions we were recognized with awards in the bronze category. It's important to say that this movement starts from the inside, and to make all of this tangible, we have gender equity as one of the ways of paying our executives. So it's a movement from the inside out to be able to get to communication. And as a food retailer, I think everybody knows, we have contacts with thousands of consumers, men and women, every day in our stores and our site. So we really have to contemplate this as one of the main pillars of the breaking down of stereotypes in the communication of our business. And to change this communication to the customers, we also need to develop the team that is working with this. Our agencies, the marketing team, our partners, the whole network of stakeholders involved. And we started with our partnership and with the alliance to develop the recommendation of communication. And since then, we have a process with some directions. So gender, representative of the groups, and breaking down the stereotypes and products related to celebration dates. And in our marketing team, our partners, our commercial team, we also try to be in this conversation, also reflecting on our evolution. And I think one of the main changes that we had in the recent past, last year, we worked very close to the marketing team and the diversity team, so the building of the briefing. So when we say that we want to make a campaign, this has to be born together. So it's not building the whole campaign and then at the end, oh my God, there's something missing. How can we evolve? And obviously, thinking about food retail and the number of employees that we have, one of the main pillars is also to increase the underrepresentativeness of the minority groups inside our employee group and in leadership positions as well, and also trying to support the education and greater awareness of the population. So today, supermarkets are essential. During the pandemic, we were the only ones open at certain moments. That's how important we are. So we understand we have a commitment. The brand Pão de Açúcar is committed to breaking down all of these stereotypes in communication. And it's not only cashing in. So we've talking about cashing, which is in the film, but we're working in here with promotions that we should make. So in celebration dates, or how to act in different personas that come to the supermarket. So cooking, changing diapers, maybe it's not the mother, it's the father. So we are beyond offering only flowers on Women's International Day. So this year we were able to have one of the main offers, which was beer. Before, it was considered to be a male product. So we have been working on a very strong calendar to be able to make this movement, and we have great campaigns and national possibilities to be able to support all of these and to be agents of change. And for example, with women, it was the first time that we went to Open TV and to digital media to talk about major roles of women, talking about a support program for small producers in Pão de Açúcar with the Beniwa women and how they are entrepreneurs in the north of the country. And this year we brought a story that seemed to be different, but it was really very similar. We brought some mathematics about masculine environments that can also be feminine. For example, the beer making. So I'm going to show you a little bit of the film, but it's called The Time for Women because it's much more the day. It's not a day or a week or a month. It's about women we want to talk to. And the initiative had the main objective of contesting that thought that women do not consume or understand beer. So it was 20 million impacts in the media, hits in the media and in communication media. And when we talk about the retail sector, the food sector, maybe that's the one that really brought a very important reflection today. And last year we also had a podcast with more than 15 episodes, opening up space for subjects that need to be talked about. For example, happiness, that's one of our main pillars as a brand. And we go through different ways. This year we had a season to talk about female leadership and the industry with women that influence the world of beer. So we're going to have other seasons. Let's wait and see. There's more stuff coming along. And then we have our program, You're Not Alone, and that's with the Avon Institute. And during the pandemic, I think it represented a growth of about 50%. And that's why we created a channel to help these women to not go through this alone, exclusively on the Pão de Açúcar app. And the greatest part of all this is that in all the campaigns, we saw the reception, a very positive reception of all our stakeholders, all our followers in the social media, supporting the movement, being part of this and creating visibility for this topic, creating new conversations. And the research that was done internally with our customers, we saw this connection with these movements and pauses to make Pão de Açúcar a choice of purchase due to the indication of its purpose. So we saw the purpose behind the brand and connecting to the brand because of that. And there's also our collaborators, both male and female, who engaged in this cause. They were extremely moving. They actually disclosed our campaign and with their support, we made a difference. So we are still developing this next quarter, and we're going to have a group of influencers. It's a different format from what we've been doing. And now in June, we're going to have a continuation with women. It's a new environment. It's an environment that is considered to be male. And it's interesting to share the social media of Pão de Açúcar. I can't tell you what it is, but please take a look. It will be really interesting. And the most important thing out of all this, I'm responsible for branding and social media, is the exchange we're having here. The exchange in terms of learning with other brands. And I think with the Alliance, this partnership with the Alliance makes a whole difference because we connect to positive cases, we connect to the trends we have so that we can work together, give hands, and make the world have more inclusion and more gender equity. So I'd like to show you the film from our women's campaign, just so you know a little bit more. They say that women don't like beer, and they say that women don't understand about beer as well. They say women don't make beer. They've been doing it for 10,000 years. In many cultures, only women made beers, and they were considered to be gods. No, I'm not a god. I'm a beer maker. So it's more visibility for our conquests. Women's Day, the time for women. Pão de Açúcar. That's great. We've already started this panel, really inspired, and I hope that more people, more women will be inspired to be part of this movement as well and participate in the Alliance. Thank you, Camila. It's very important to have people like you. And also, we want to bring into this view of inclusion. We want to bring the advertising companies. They are key in the construction of new narratives and new things and having a positive representation and in a creative manner too. So there's nothing more creative than breaking down paradigms and communicating in a different and new way. So to talk about that, I'd like to invite Joyce Matos, and she's going to represent Heads, this advertising agency from Brazil that was ahead in terms of advertising in 2015. So Joyce, please come and talk to us. Hi Joyce, how are you? So Heads was responsible for all of this research, todos, right? Like all people. And it continues to be very important to talk about race and gender and how this is affecting Brazilian advertising and how this is placed in social media, on TV, and so on. So how do you see this, Joyce, in this partnership that you have with us in the Alliance? And why is this analysis important for advertising? So if you can bring us some data, and how do you see the diagnosis of the evolution? Because sometimes we need to stop and celebrate the room that we have achieved up to now, right? Hello, how are you? Well, I'm Joyce. I am the strategy head at the Heads Advertising Agency, and this partnership with UN Women and this study called Todos, it is inherited in Heads. I'm just another representative, but there are many important women, wonderful women inside Heads that have already conducted this work. So first of all, I would like to thank all of them because I think it's always important for us to place everyone who has already worked there, and especially Gabriela, who is our director, and Isabel Aquino, who is from João Moreno, our loved one that was responsible for almost all of the waves that we have. So I'm here to represent her as well, in a way. So the analysis that we make together with UN Women, it includes all of the advertising agencies, for example, the announcers, the content producers, forms of communication about what is happening in the content produced in Brazil and that are made available. So we can actually check in our study, Open Book, Facebook, Open TV, sorry, Facebook, and Closed TV as well. So we evolved over time. We looked at the level of representativeness that we checked, and today we were able to get to a nice scenario where we start to look at the public, not only women and the racial aspect. We all go back to women, but there's also children. So we have expanded our spread, and the objective here is to map or shed light on what we produce in Brazil and what we do as an industry. So it's important to have a guide. Sometimes it seems that we're evolving, and when we, check the numbers, we see that maybe, this is a different story. And this study has this sort of objective. It does not allow us to go back. We can only move forward. So the idea of the construction is not only to point out the errors, but also the opportunities and actions that Kabila just talked about, the posture of Pão de Açúcar, considering some causes that are important for the brand. So the idea, in fact, is that we have the inclusion of women and their diversity in the construction of the advertising content and recognizing the good examples of non-stereotyped content, because it's very difficult for you to leave an environment. We've always done it that way, okay? So to get out of that, to try and break this down and find new representation, we have to cut off these historical moments. So as you said in the beginning of our conversation, Heads is a company that is inside. Sorry, let me rephrase that. So it's important for us to emphasize this commitment that involves all of the WEPs companies since the forum from 2018, when the alliance started to be built, and that was coordinated by UN Women. And at that time, we were also there when we were building our national role in this discussion. And there's also, the study also allowed us to design a glossary, which is exactly that. So how do I know what's right? So I know if it's being stereotyped or not, but what should I do instead? So we also decided to create this glossary so that we could map and bring this sort of view for the creative public. So we have a study that is going to be launched. Let me just check. Was there another question, or would you like me to just answer both questions? Yeah, I just asked both questions. Yes, go ahead. Okay. All right. I'm going to follow this here. So Heads in a partnership of the Alliance. Sorry, let me just start again here. So the Alliance has stereotypes. I'm sorry, I'm just reading this wrongly. I wrote everything correctly and I can't read it. So what I was saying is that we're going to have a new wave in this research. That's what I was explaining to you. And it's going to be launched in 2021. And also in the scope, we're going to get this advertising that was created by the Alliance Without Stereotypes, and this helps in providing tools for the whole industry and telling new stories and more inclusive ones, telling more inclusive stories in their ads. So I'm going to share with you some data, but what we saw basically was we verify in this analysis about 2,150 ads on TV. So we're talking about open and cable TV. We're talking about posts on Facebook. And in this total amount that we verified, it was 133 companies that announced in the advertising market from 15th to the 21st of February of 2020. So we're talking about 37 areas of the market. And just so you know, in 2020, although we believed that we had been evolving quite a bit, we noticed that the market, the advertising, Brazilian advertising, was sort of undecided. Very few narratives, although in terms of representativeness, we did evolve. So the narratives, the plots, they kept going. They were quite repetitive. And that's why we had the idea of the workbook, because it helps us to create new plots. And as we were saying, in 2020, it was marked by evolution. So we were evolving in terms of representativeness and putting black women on TV. And then in February, we started mapping a stagnation area. So starting in February, we saw that this number did not go up. So we started in 2015, and there were more black women leaders on TV, with major roles on TV compared to last year. So this was an alert for us. The same thing happened with representativeness of black men on TV. On open TV in Brazil. So these signs are important for us to be able to evolve, right? So we noticed as well that when we look at children, the scenario of advertising for children, it's also very important for us to represent this little black girl. Why? Because this is something that is going to influence her later on. So when we look at the scenario of representativeness today in terms of girls, black girls, inside Brazilian advertising, it's still very low. So there are some gaps that we mapped. So besides these bigger ones, there are still gaps in terms of representation of mature black women, in the representation of the PCD public, because we still have a low penetration. Sometimes they are represented, sometimes there's no plot about them. So we have to remember that they have dreams, they eat, they drink, they fall in love, they date, they have a normal life like everybody else. As a mother, my son is autistic, so this was very important. And in fact, when we choose to maintain stereotypes, it's important for us to have in mind that we stop having a real view of the market and we miss opportunities to connect with our consumers. So to choose a path that is pasteurized, that we already know about and we know that's not so positive, the companies miss the opportunity of creating this connection. So I think that we're going to keep working. It's beautiful, it's important for us so that we don't consider ourselves defeated, and we're in fact using this as a benchmark so that our industry can follow interesting paths.
Thank you, Joyce. Thank you for opening your case and presenting what you have mentioned about this subject. I hope companies are even more inspired and consider the relevance of looking to these subjects, and they are here with us. And as we are talking about advertisement in different medias, breaking with the traditional models, I would like to invite to highlight the importance of digital communication, Katia Francis, founder of Digital Jamaica. É prazer tê-la aqui, Kátia. Olá, Tânia, muito obrigada pelo convite. Eu gostaria de...
Evident in advertising and communications in Jamaica. And what policies we think can be implemented to advance gender equality in these fields? I imagine that you have maybe similar issues that we have here in Brazil. Maybe some other are different, and I'm really curious to hear you sharing with us what's going on in Jamaica in gender stereotypes and communication.
Well, I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to speak for all of Jamaica, but I can certainly share with you what my observations have been. So, when we talk about advertising and communication, we can collectively categorize that under the heading of media, yeah? And in general, the media machinery is about crafting and communicating messages. And because of that function, they can either be a mirroring societal beliefs, or they can be accomplice based on who the messaging is for, or they can be an ally depending on the group. Yeah. And I think that is what we mean when we talk about, the media as an agent of socialization or an agent of social change in reference to their role in society. But it's also important for us to understand too that media practitioners, before they became media practitioners, they have also been socialized in this kind of society. And, if we agree, which is controversial, but if we agree that Jamaica in the main is a patriarchal, capitalist, and ironically conservative society, then inevitably there's going to be inherent prejudices and biases in the messaging around gender, and that comes out in our advertising and in our communication. And so when we're talking about, crafting and communicating the messages around gender, those biases will manifest themselves differently based on who they're talking to. In other words, and I'm going very much into marketing speak here because that's my area, right? So it's who the message is intended for. So we're talking about the audience. Where is this audience? What are their social grouping, their geographical location, stuff like that. That ties right back into, are they an accomplice? Are they an ally? Or are they a mirror? So take, for instance, marketing around, like, say, financial institutions and products and services that they're advertising. It's not unusual for the choice of communicator, whether it's the voice actor or whosoever is selected as the face of the brand, to be male, right? Because I guess what is being communicated, or what you can infer from that communication, is that when it comes to more complex money issues or financial issues, then a male is the best person to express and explain. In digital or social media parlance, we call it mansplaining, right? So it's easier for a man to explain finance, but when we're talking about finance as it relates to maybe something like insurance, that is more a family home-based thing, then we put the woman out front. Then you have a woman representing that. But in the grand scheme of things, that's a more subtle and, in my opinion, less problematic example of gender stereotyping in media in Jamaica. It becomes less subtle and more problematic when dealing with heavier subject matters like gender-based violence. Now, Jamaica has been going through for some years now, I wouldn't even call it a rash, because it has become such a prolific thing, where the violence against women, there has been a noticeable increase, and especially in the gruesome nature of it, right? So that's a heavier subject matter. And when we talk about gender-based violence, then it's important for there to be a lot of context and a lot of nuance, but we often see where this gets sacrificed in how it is communicated for the sake of the story, and that produces headlines like a recent headlines in I think it's the Jamaica Gleaner, that says 14-year-old murdered by lover. Now, with a heading, like, if you dissect a heading like that, you uncover a lot of biases. For instance, it's inappropriate to say 14-year-old with a lover, because according to our laws, a 14-year-old cannot consent to sex, much less consent to having a lover. So there's the inappropriate language being used. On top of that, you're talking about even in the article itself, it goes on to carry that storyline, and the fact that a child cannot consent, that context and that nuance is not there, right? And then we also, in that same headline, we're assigning sexual agency again to a minor for the purposes of then creating some kind of false equality between a child and an adult who is violating a child according to our law. And that makes you wonder again, because now what you're inadvertently saying is that this child had some responsibility for their own victimization, and that is also being communicated through our media. You also see that too in who the media gives platforms to proliferate their opinions and their ideas. So there are other headlines that will come up, like recently, a very popular professor who is very well known for his I don't want to say anti-woman, but certainly in his language and how he communicates his feelings about our societal perspective of women tend to sometimes be violent in thought. So he said something like, Jamaican women need to spend less money on hair and more money, invest more money in businesses. Again, lack of nuance, lack of context. We're not talking about how problematic it is for women to actually access funding for their business. And again, we sacrifice that nuance for a sensational storyline. And you have to wonder, what role is the media playing then? Are they an ally? Are they an accomplice? Or are they mirroring? And in a lot of times that overlaps, right? There's another headline about how young girls tend to use men sexually, or they use men as a means of sustenance. So like this is their personal bank. They use men to get money out of them to live. And again, lack of nuance and lack of context. We understand that in Jamaica we have problems with incest. We understand in Jamaica that we have problems with girls in homes and proper guardianship and proper care, but that nuance, that context is missing. And even when we talk about the same agency, we're in the media, we're quick to give women agency, but only as a straw man to then turn around and then dismiss or trivialize issues that we raise as women. Yeah. So we can say, well, she made a decision to do this. We're assigning agency there, but only to turn around and say, well, she shares in her victimhood, she shares in her victimization, she's not completely innocent, right? But even going back to that headline about 14-year-old and lover, would that be the same headline if this was a 14-year-old from a different socioeconomic background? Because even the image that they used in that media story, the child doesn't look like a child. It's not like she's in her uniform, she's on her way to school with a backpack, what we would normally consider innocence or physical communication of innocence. She was on a bed with her hands like this, with pigtails, and looked like she had makeup on. So again, what are we communicating when we put these things out in the media? What is the media saying, or what are they reflecting, or whose narrative are they carrying? Even in digital spaces, which is where I'm most familiar, the conversation around gender stereotypes and how we have conversations about men, it always ends up in a man versus woman kind of battle of the sexes kind of thing. It devolves into what about ism. So we are using digital spaces to have conversations, and that's a good thing. We're creating forums online for national conversations, and that's great. But it's the same thing that plagues us in traditional media spaces. It's the same thing that plagues us online. This devolving into man versus woman, what about ism, where we're talking about this woman being murdered by her lover for whatever reason, and then you will have people go, well, I wonder what she did. What did she do to deserve that? Or what about when this woman did that to this man or something? So that plays out right across digital landscapes, media landscapes, whether it's digital or whether it's traditional. So going into the latter part of the question as to how do we address this on a policy level? Well, when we're talking about policy, where policy happens at different levels, right? So on a government level, you see this same thing plays out. It's hard in Jamaica to pass social laws. In general, it's hard, right? So, for example, the sexual harassment bill has been languishing in Parliament for the longest while, and we have joint select committee meetings about it, and we go on and have conversation about it, and then it usually erupts into something violent. Like, for instance, we'll have a minister who would say something like, well, we don't want her to wait 6 years because we don't want a Me Too situation where 30 years later you're in the elevator, you're recalling a situation in the elevator, you're feeling like a victim. So, it depending on how I think the government communicates their interest in gender issues, I think it will then reflect better on society. When it comes to the media, training is necessary. On a association level, there's a Press Association of Jamaica. The Women's Media Watch have consistently been putting out training manuals. It's about how they incorporate that into their training of their media professionals, and it's also on a societal level how we re-socialize, starting from our small children all the way up. How do we re-socialize? How do we teach people about things like, because we hear terms like gender-based violence, but what does it actually mean at its core? What does it look like for an individual, an everyday person? So try not to use these kind of esoteric terms, but try to talk to people in a language that they can understand, so they can better understand what the actual problem is that we're trying to communicate. And that's where the re-socialization will come in.
Wow, super thanks, Patrick. It was great hearing you. And I think we have many common problems here in Brazil as
Yeah,
well. So, yeah, it's great that we can share and
thank you.
see that we are going forward together. So, thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Acho que essa
I
visibilidade.
think this visibility of power, that even a small headline with many bias can cause, is something that we should reflect. Something that is related to our principle number 5, talking about communication and marketing in advertisement industry, even for advertisers. To continue with our conversation, I will call Lucia Cabanas from Itaú, Uruguay. She's the executive director of Fundação Itaú, Itaú Foundation. And she's going to bring examples here in Uruguay of advertisers. Although it is a Brazilian brand, this brand has been doing a lot in that region in order to have communication without stereotypes. Thank you. I will speak Spanish. Thank you. Thank you all. Here in Uruguay, we are facing all challenges since the beginning. This is a common challenge. I believe that in Latin America, we have a lot to do in relation to that. You know that Itaú Uruguay has been present in the country for 14 years. We were one of the first companies in Uruguay to have signed an agreement about women empowerment, and we were the first bank to do so. And as we've mentioned, we have other companies in Uruguay. Diversity and inclusion is a strategic planning for the bank, and we work with that. So when we sign the Empower Principles of Women, we place ourselves in a construction place, not because we are in a stage that has evolved, but we are in a place in which we are committed to build with others. It's not something just for the bank, it is something of our interest, public, our audience. We have a position that is quite relevant, and in a way or another, we attract this type of audience. And we have our suppliers going through this journey with us. In this place, we have this commitment related to our purpose, that is to help in the evolution and transformation of people. And to work in this line is a way to deliver this purpose. As you know, part of committing with an organization is related to the self-diagnosis that we just discussed, and we have a long pathway to go. We have many processes evolving, and when we talk about the self-diagnosis in 2017, we saw that we were in the beginning, and that amazed us and that surprised us, in fact, because we thought better and we started to understand that it's not related to our effort, to our desire to move forward, but it is related to policies, process, and it doesn't depend of people, but depends of the corporation. It has to be written in a way, and it has to last generation after generation, people after people. So with this place, we started to build. The first step was to document all good practices, And they saw that the self-diagnosis had two fronts. This strategy, the workplace, what is related to the market and what is related to the community. And the question that is here is that when we look to the market, we have many questions, and then we have two chapters that are related. One is related to the importance of responsible market. The other one is related to the development of providers with gender equality. We in marketing and communication work with that, or at least we thought that we were working with this point of view. But we decided to check UN Women through the Win-Win program, and there was a training program to train the agencies, the advertisement agencies, everybody, so everybody could be on the same page. And we were surprised because we thought that a lot of things weren't being done. And for the first time, the first thing I wanted to share is that the first thing we saw is that not the entire team, the internal team as well as the suppliers, we are on the same page. The whole gender equality subject is related, and we were on the same page in relation to how evolved we are in this subject. And we also want to talk about gender equality and start to do things differently. We worked a lot about these facts that are not really something that we are aware of. And we have to discuss that. And we want to make them essential, and training is something essential. It's essential to train. It's essential to live that. So we have to consider perception and the general effect, the group effect. So we have to pay attention. And in relation to that, what we've tried, in a way or another, we are advertisers, but we have to pay attention to what we do ahead of the cameras and behind of the cameras. Sometimes we just pay attention to what we are doing in front of the cameras, but what is happening behind the cameras is so important, and it's related to procurement, the value chain. What happens to us? How capacitated they are, how trained they are not to repeat all that. And in Uruguay, we have 7% of the advertisement directors are women, and 23% are producers. So we are underrepresented in everything that is related to this subject. So how do we prepare a team? How do we organize a team? We are also responsible for the selection of people we choose to work with us. And we were focused that advertisement has twice more men in the advertisement on TV than women. And in relation to the consumer, 66% of women say that they changed what they were doing because they thought there was a stereotype in what they were watching. 85% of women said that advertisement was not only reflecting the real world. And when we consider that, we say, look, this is clear for us, and why we still have that. And we had this reaction that was quite sincere. And we all saw that together and analyzed all that together. And we started to find things that we had done that were totally unconscious, and we wanted to share that, but they weren't new things. They were product of the training that we had realized. And then we perceived how generic we are when we talk about customers and people always related to the male gender. Why don't we talk about the female customers and just male customers and female speakers and not only male speakers? Sometimes we elect men for insurance campaigns, investment campaigns, and women for campaigns related to health, home care, hygiene, and things like that. So we have so many problems related to that, and sometimes they consider that men are more assertive and everything. So we are promoting the stereotype of that women, of that woman. And most of the time in casting, we choose a white woman with upper class. And we have this subtle characteristic. And this is related to men, always on the public side, and women only at home. And what happens? And an exercise that seems to be really amazing, and I invite you to perform this type of exercise. What happens when we see a woman doing something and a man doing something? And what if we invert things? And then when we have that, we see how strange that seems. And we have some resistances to our agencies. So inclusion can be present. And we have women that will take decisions aligned with what they are. So, to sum up, we believe that we don't need so much training, but in fact, we communication is something that we build experiences, and we have a very huge So we have to keep on learning. We need to pay attention. We need to understand what we are doing, and we need to make decisions that are more so we have to train, incorporate gender equality as explicit as possible, and be the protagonist of this change. So we won't promote that for advertisers. And those are problems. Thank you, Lucia. It's really important to hear you, and thank you for sharing that this journey is a continuous journey, regardless where we are coming from. What is relevant is that we move ahead. So, in order to continue our talk and going back to Latin America. We have to talk about Nisa's sons. Nisa is from Nutresa in the food industry. So Nisa, you have performed advertisement campaigns. I would like to ask you about the experience of this campaign, the messages you've shared, and why do you think it's so important for companies to use this opportunity to break with the stereotypes. Thank you. I'm very pleased to be part of this special moment. Everything that everybody is talking, I could take part of their speech to talk to ourselves. So it's important to mention the context. In 2015, the Nutresa Group signs a commitment that is we call the UN letter that aligns with the objectives of sustainable development as a collective purpose and promote inclusion, among other things. So in many companies, these commitments are related to the corporate world with internal policies. And these commitments, these social commitments, do not reflect in advertisement. And when the company agrees with that and we internally commit to promote equity and inclusion, we have the brand, Pozuelo brand, is a leader brand in cookies. And we have thousands of them. And the question we had was, how could we arrange such strategies with the market that the brand needs this connection? On the other hand, we have a group of families and younger families, the millennials, where they are tired of seeing the same type of advertisement. So companies are just there trying to sell something for them. And then we find brands with purpose that alleviate cultural tensions that families are going through. So after signing this commitment and agreeing with that, we saw an opportunity to start working with brands with purpose. And from that starting point, understanding that our natural target are families, we had to understand what are the things related to families, what bothers them. We are not talking about the products that here is cookies. It's that what we call the cultural focus. And at the end, we checked books and everything, and to our surprise, in Costa Rica, this small country that is somehow more conservative in so many things, states that in the last national census, we understood that we had 17 different types of families. That amazes. And then we asked, how are they? And 40%, and I'm talking about 1.5 million, 40% are formed for what we understand a traditional family. Father, mother, married with children. That's it, a traditional family. But in 60%, we have different forms of family. Single mothers, single fathers, families that were rebuilt, blended families, grandparents raising grandchildren, because here in Central America we have an important subject that is migration. Parents from the same gender, 17. That was a surprise. And then we started to understand advertisement. We we checked the television, what banks are doing, supermarkets, the development companies and everything. Everybody had a picture of a traditional family. And then we have a beautiful father with a lot of money, the mother with makeup, perfect, and the perfect children, a boy, a girl, a golden retriever, and the dream house and everything. And then it results in the image of the family that doesn't exist. And then we say how crazy it is. And then we have 60% of families that do not correspond to that. And I'm sure that 40% don't see themselves as those people. So sometimes they are at the table, an amazing table full of food, and the children are happy eating broccolis. So that's not the reality of families. And then we say, okay, let's show the reality we have in our countries. And then we have this storytelling that really works when we want to share stories that touch hearts. And those are real stories. And then we leave the story of having actors, actresses, beautiful people. We want real people. And that this is aspirational family or what this is an aspirational house. No, we want to make communication real. And all brands around us is selling this wrong idea of actors, actresses. They are all white, beautiful, and they don't even correspond to the social reality of the country. So we wanted to make a campaign that showed the different types of families and that we have currently. All stories we told were real stories. It's a story in which we have small stories inside, and we have adults with pets, a couple of the same gender, a family in which the mother is the head of the family, the father is the one who stays at home, and the mother leaves to work. So we also have this change of role, and we also have a single father with a 5-year-old child. So all that moves around to this brand that is called Familia, family in Spanish. And we are a brand of 70, 80 years. And what we are saying here is that families are just like a box of cookies. They are different, and it doesn't matter if they are different, but they all live together. So I will now share with you this advertisement. Why cookies called Familia? Because they are all different, but they are always together. Just Carlos, who lives with his pets. Oh, Jose and like your friend Victoria, who lives with her parents and her sister. That, just like ourselves. Yes, just like us. Very nice. I hope you could see the central message of the campaign, saying that when there's love, there's family. And a lot of people understand that what matters in family is a composition of a father, a mother, but it's not that. It's more than the composition. What is important is the essence. And when we launched this campaign, it was amazing. Some people felt offended because there was the same gender family. And recently in Costa Rica, same gender marriage was approved. And I believe that we are part of the change. And we have followed the Sustainable Development Goals with a brand with purpose. And this is really important. That's my part. I would like to thank you all for the opportunity. And we would like to be part of companies that has a sustainable presence and to be a brand with a purpose. Well, it was amazing to hear you. How amazing it is to have a repertoire, to have all the representativeness. And it's amazing. It's amazing how you see yourselves in different positions, in different job titles and being represented also in advertisements. Thank you. Thank you very much, Lucia. It was a pleasure to have you here. Now, we will start to move towards the end of our panel with another conversation with our guest, Rocio Cristalino. She's from Argentina. Her core business is advertisement. She is a brand consultant in Argentina, and she's going to mention the reflections about advertisement and gender equality. Welcome, Rocia. I would like to ask you, what is the premises of the study you've prepared? Advertisement and stereotype, a high-risk relationship. Could you share a little bit about what it is, which are the major conclusions of your study, and whatever else you want to share with us? Good morning, good afternoon to everybody. Thank you for having me here. It's a great pleasure to be here sharing this space with such great colleagues. Well, I'm here as the strategic leader of Southern Sul. I'm the representative of different brands and agencies. And the purpose of our time is to share an investigation that we've performed for UN Women that is called Advertisement and Stereotypes, a High-Risk Relationship. And we suspected that although this research was done in Argentina, the results are quite similar in other countries of the region. We just heard that in many other countries, the same questions are being raised, the same challenges are being faced, and the brands are somehow trying to use the same strategies, not they are using the same strategies to overcome this challenge, that is how to understand the gender stereotypes. The assumptions that started this research is the idea of thinking that today any advertisement communication that is developed without focusing in gender will probably reproduce stereotypes. And with that, they will somehow jeopardize the positioning of the brand. That's what somehow started this investigation. It is important to highlight that aligned with many other instruments of human rights and everything, advertisement has a very specific role in the presence of gender equality. Brands are part of the inequality, and we are not, aside from that, it seems that the advertisement is separate from that, but it's exactly the opposite. That's not how things happen. So, to make it clear, the first reason that marketing companies had to consider this intrinsic matter. Well, it's also important to highlight that any communication that reproduces sexist content or has symbolic violence means or has high costs to brands and companies. This is also important. This is important to be placed on the table. And that was the counterpart of our investigation. The purpose was to try to look for the tools, try to look for ways that the sexist communication affects the reputation of brands, and how this effect or this impact can start to be quantified. We have to think about the quantity, how much the brand would be affected, and the value of the brand would be affected based on the sexism that are somehow present. The study were somehow two additional investigations about habits, a little bit to understand the position, the speeches of people in relation to gender problems. And we also did a study about the change of conduct, a way to how reputation is affected. The more sexist the communication is, how it affects the brand. I'm going to share with you 4 important findings that we had in this study. 4 dimensions that are important to be shared, to be questioned, and things that we should think about. The first point is related to the gender concern to people. In the study, we saw that the concern about gender inequality is quite strong, leveraged mainly by women and younger women. So 56% are those people who took part of the study considered that gender issues should be a priority for brands. It's more than half of those who took part of the investigation. And this is somehow how this is set, how the social interests are distributed. The second point is a quite relevant point. We found that 4 out of 10 people today are willing to not buy or no longer trust a brand based on their own values. Basically, it's the purpose of the brand. It's the speech of a brand, how the speech of a brand is related to the values of each person. So 4 out of 10, it's a quite meaningful number, and that help us to understand how strong the value drivers are. And people are somehow how a brand really adds a value to the society. Brands and communications are interesting and valuable. And something that is quite interesting is that these data, 4 out of 10, buy according to their values, and this is transversal to gender, to residence and everything. So this is quite important because it is a trend that we would say women are the one who value this type of issue, or if it's those young people or those who live in major capitals. And the studies show that that's not how it is. This is transversal for gender, age, and place of residence. The third important point to share with you today is that we asked people what makes something sexist. We can see from the expert side or the professional side, from the marketing, but it interested us to how people who are not specialists, which are the subjects that would result in a sexist advertisement. 60% of all people had easiness to identify which are the characteristics related to the female stereotype. If there are women washing, making a diet, as a housewife, it's easy that it is quickly identified as a sexist advertisement. So I would like to share with you the last finding we had in our study, because in a way or another is the way they change their conduct. We got one brand, it's a cleaning product brand, and we divided the group. So the same brand had to one group, we saw an advertisement that wasn't sexist, an advertisement that they wouldn't even notice. In the second group, we showed a real sexist advertisement. And to the third group, we showed the sexist advertisement, and we added the repercussion on social network and communication media. So different groups, 3 different groups, 3 different stimuli, and the results were quite impactful. So the more sexist it is, and it becomes evident, the people is less interested. They no longer intend to buy. They have less perception of the product. They have less perception related to the brand, and they no longer identify with the brand. So the study really shows that sexism is a problem to the brand, and it's something urgent. Us as marketing professionals, we have to train, but also to commit ourselves with that, because just like my colleague said, this is not something automatic. It's not from night to day. It's a process, a learning process and repetition, and it's something that will constant happen. And it's the moment. It's the moment to start this change. I would like to thank you all for your attention. Thank you. Thank you, Rocio. It was amazing. And for those who want to learn more, hear about this case, for sure we are going to find in the internet, so we just search for that. Well, our panel is over. I would like to continue with the cases. I believe it's a great example. This is a complete example with all the talks we had from all panelists, and how companies, the industries and advertisers, and also advertisement agencies, how important are their role. They are protagonists. They have an important role in rethink the stereotypes that are essential to bring a new meaning about how women are represented in diversity in advertisement, and also promoting something that is inclusive, diverse, and that just represents the society as it is. Diversity is a characteristic of society, of our society, and a characteristic that makes us better. And this study that Rocio just presented in such a brilliant way just confirms that gender equality and the end of gender stereotypes are a good business, right, Rocio? We hope to have that as a great evidence. Well, I would like to thank you all for your participation, and it was amazing to hear your stories, your journeys that inspired us a lot. That inspired us to go through this road with different talks. Sometimes we will move a little bit ahead, and then we have to pay attention to what we have behind. We've seen how we need to rethink communication in headlines, social media, internet, and look through our bias. Look how such bias impact our decision making. And in the case from Cozuelo, we have to remember children, because since we were children, we have to understand that all families are possible, and they are all positive if you have love. We also saw Pão de Açúcar and many other things happening in the industry. And I hope you are inspirations to other companies. So UN Women are with doors open, and we will move fast and help and count on your help to achieve our goals. Thank you very much. How nice. This panel was quite interesting. Great contributions. Congratulations to all of them. Those are examples and inspirations, right? Just remember that I would like to invite you all to fill in a quick survey about our event that can be accessed through our QR code here on our screen. So for those who fill in yesterday, you don't need to do it again because the content is the same. And we would like to thank you beforehand. Now we are going to have a brief break in our schedule, and we'll be back in 10 minutes. See you soon.
And we're back. Let us go back to our presentations, and we're full of very interesting content. And now the last forum of WEPs Forum 2021. So now it is time to talk about investments focusing on gender. So that has a lot to do with principle number 6, social impact of the community and law. The efforts and initiatives to empower women still have great difficulty to attract investments. On the other hand, we're beginning to see greater interest of the investors in supporting companies that are committed to the empowerment of women and gender equality. So to talk about this topic, I would like to invite Gabriela Rosero Moncayo, the regional coordinator of the Investors Initiative for Equality from UN Women, Maria Laura Cinelli, the director of Crooks Partners, our Argentinian representative who lives in London, Luis Marques, counselor for gender and an advisor actually for gender and business, Value for Women. Welcome, all three of you. Over to you. Hello. Good afternoon. We're going to start our initiative. And this is a platform and dialogue of the financial systems. And we're talking about investments from women and having them as entrepreneurs and part of the decisions. We believe that investing in women is a direct path towards the inclusive or the inclusion of women. This provides positive impacts in terms of gender equality. And to talk a little bit about innovative investment and the impact on gender, we have some friends, and we've invited them. They're going to have a lot to tell us. So Gabriela, Luis Marques, Maria Laura Cinelli, and Gabriela Rosero Moncayo. And they're going to talk for several minutes, and we're going to know more about challenges and barriers that we have in the future when we talk about innovative financial issues. So how are you? Good morning, good morning. Thank you very much for the invitation. Thank you, all of you, for being here in this initiative and in this panel. So, Maria Laura, I'd like to ask you a question. For us to be able to develop this, and considering the trajectory of the partners in Latin America and the efforts that you made to direct innovation, what do you think are the main elements that should be considered when we talk about investment in terms of gender? So there is an interest in the market to mobilize more capital in the private market, for example. Well, the first thing to take into consideration when we talk about gender, and it's not always clear what that means, but when we talk about gender lens, we're talking about companies that have a leadership, and more than 51% of the shares are owned by women. And they are the main decision makers inside that company. They're women. And companies that have developed products and services that are focused on trying to get greater equality or a greater benefit for women and girls, or companies that inside their value chain or their production chain, they hire women mostly as a priority, and they provide professional positions for women. When we talk about this idea of the 4 lenses that are implemented in practice, throughout these investments, and this has to do with leadership, and 52% of the actions or women are the decision makers in the company. These are investment opportunities that promote equality between men and women inside the working space and in the access to growth opportunities in the products and services that are benefiting women and girls, and that promote equality in the value chain. How these companies buy products and services inside their value chains, and the companies where they take on other companies that treat women well, or they move in terms of developing women. And besides doing all of that, they also promote actions to be able to push the development and gender equality development. So when we talk about gender development and investments in terms of gender, something else we have to consider is that we're not only talking about women, we're talking about women and men and access opportunities to these cases, how you see the investment market when you talk about investments with gender links. When we talk about the structure that we have today, the structures that are the investments that are considered something of impact and that generate financial return, and also with a gender link. But it also tries to generate a social impact or an environmental impact that is positive and has to do with reports that can measure, and this is what we're seeing around the world in this post-COVID world, and we have a substantial increase in the quantity of assets that are being managed, focused on investments like this, and we have great players at the global level amongst those that are institutional investors, for example, the Rest Fund, Goldman Sachs, and other big ones that did not have a very relevant role in terms of investments that made an impact. What we also see is that there is acceleration of the investments that make an impact, focusing on social issues, and this has to do with investments that comes from multilateral companies and international organizations that can be from women and from the private sector for the reconstruction of the post-COVID economies. And inside this scope, this very active scope in the administration of this lens, we see that gender has been converted into a very relevant topic. And these investors, they begin to see, this is something that the pandemic exposed, they see the load that women have working and as a collective source of wealth in the countries, but also how they should act with regard to all their responsibilities at home, taking care of children or sick people or older people. And the pandemic shows us that if we don't do something about this inequity is going to heat up the Latin American economy. And this is one of the regions that has been affected the most for women in the labor market. So when we talk about the governments and the investors, when they think about how to reconstruct the post-COVID economy, and then there's more gender equality, but because it's a key piece of the economy. So when we're talking about investments and focusing on as important as it is. So thank you for your answer. And I remember what you said at the end. What is relevant can be invested, focusing on gender, considering all of these gaps and challenges that we have now in the post-COVID era. Now I would like to welcome Louise and focus on the question. I believe that we heard about the interest of some players in your ecosystem to mobilize more investors in terms of gender focus. So UN for Women has some programs, but we also have success cases that bring more evidence and studies, and they allow us to make decisions of investing, focusing on gender, and for them to be more exposed, for people to know the impact and profitability. So, Luis, can you give us some examples of investments done in the region to promote women empowerment and gender? Yes, of course. Thank you. First of all, I would like to highlight that it's important, and these are the examples. When we talk about entrepreneurial capital in Latin America that has been invested, this is a study that we have done of investments that caused an impact from companies that have some kind of social environmental impact. So that's 9% of them that are receiving this kind of capital, and they have some kind of focus or objective to solve problems regarding women in the region. So for example, the economy of care, and there are specific financial issues. I have some examples. Solvest is a company that connects maids, basically women, so that they can have formal labor, and it helps to improve their payments or their wages. So it's a kind of investment that we need to see, and this is led by women, obviously, and it's for women, of course. Another emerging topic, there are several investments that are beginning to be incorporated in the decision models for investments, and there are different forms of supporting this kind of topic. So we're making a study with women, and we're identifying different situations. So I'm going to comment on some cases. So an important point of investment is in companies with high growth, and it's a technology company in Mexico. This company had a problem in a pipeline that had to do with the leadership of women, but the portfolio did not really have many women. High impact positions and also high technology. So we're starting an initiative to identify women who are working in Uber and Rappi, and also advisors in banks, and they want to become entrepreneurs or become part of a team, as in startups. And we are focusing on them to actually do recruiting and create initiatives to connect them with other companies that basically are dominated by men. So these are women who have a lot of expertise, relevant experience, but they have not been entrepreneurs, or they're not part of an entrepreneurial group. Another interesting thing is that in Mexico, we have the company IWACA, a financial company, and it has co-gender in its DNA. And they identified that many social companies need to adapt to their monthly sales in business. So if they sell less, they get less. So we designed a program with loans of up to $150,000. But the interesting thing is that this is done for companies that have this kind of focus, a gender focus, in this kind of business model. And we're also developing a product with a smaller amount to be able to provide subsidies for vulnerable people. So it's really very interesting to have a fund focused on this kind of company. And at the regional level, we have the Inter-American Development Bank. We have initiatives in terms of diversity, gender diversity, and we're focusing on funds that have at least one woman. So we're investing in companies led by women, and the companies will have more women making decisions. So or they will be women from the region. And that's it. So thank you very much. It's very interesting because even though we still don't have the numbers, we still have challenges. So we have examples and go beyond that. So mobilize more investments and pay attention in the funds and the cases that you talked about who makes the decisions about investment and for whom. So Malala, I want to go back to you and I want to ask about one of the challenges that we have in the region. It's the understanding of the needs, the financing needs for entrepreneurial women with companies that are led by women. And of course, the different strategic investments. What are the main elements to be able to reach these two worlds if you're trying to invest with an impact and those who are actually looking for this kind of financing? Do you think that you have the evidence and the tools that are necessary for this process to happen?
Thank you, Gabby. I think your question is quite important. And in fact, in the last months, we had some inquiries for the regional market looking for answers in the markets of Uruguay and Chile. And we have many similar challenges related to gender equality, and with that, some opportunities. The first conclusion we have for the win-win program and searching for such solutions, the first thing we can realize is that we have this very interesting interest from the financial actors, institutions, banks that operate in different countries of the region. We have some others of private investment from the government side. We have the interest of focusing, and that's where we have our first challenge, and the challenge is lack of knowledge or training of the players that develop financial products to be offered in the market. This lack of training and capacity is what brings products that are not adequate to the type of companies, needs that women have when they are somehow looking for funds to their businesses. And we see lack of capacity, something that can be solved by institutions like UN Women. And we also see that lack of knowledge helps somehow to make this bias present in the financial sector. When we have the opportunity, as Luis mentioned, to offer different types of financial support with factoring or some other equities. We have this bias in the financial sector related to loans for women, and the bias with cultural barriers are present also when women approach financial institutions to request funding. We have a challenge, and we need on the other hand, what we see is that most of the time the instruments that we have in the market, available to the market, they do not adapt to the size of companies. At least most of the companies that are somehow led by women or funded by women. So what we see is that they should start using more instruments from middle-sized financial support in order to raise the capital for these institutions, when most of the people are related, most of the services done by women. So we need initiatives to gather this capital that is so innovative, and we can allow countries to adapt to this type of business. We also see that this is a need to work, and it's a challenge in relation to investment, and it's how unfeasible the segment gets. So if we get the last report from Global Impact, and they take a snapshot of the investment market, 56% of all people who invest and were part of the survey, they informed that we have little data about what's happening. We see the corporate sector that is quite similar, but when we click twice, the results are small numbers. We don't have a lot of information available in relation to that. Many banks, they don't even separate the data from loans. We are talking about 2021 here, and it's a difference between women and men. They don't even know who they are lending this money to. And they are not able to get conclusions out of that. And this is a business that is for 50% of all the entire population. So lack of data in relation to how money is being invested and all the opportunities represented, the possibility of investing in companies led by women, this is all related to two things. The first one is the lack of products adapted to the needs of this segment. So a corporate actor will be able to offer a product for a group of people. First of all, they need to get to know this group. They need to understand what they need. And this is something that can be easily solved. But the second thing is that nowadays, we do not consider gender problems. And not considering gender problems, it's something that somehow interferes in the image of the institution. So there are a lot of people looking at that. And we are using the Sustainable Development Goals, number 5, things related to women, feminism, in a way that is related to sustainability. But at the end, that doesn't have a lot of support, who's buying, how this is support, and how everything is balanced. We see how companies inform their financial descriptions with the tag gender. If we make a new search, all that has no base. Maybe it is a matter of time, but the sectors that regulate and international institutions that take care of that will start demanding that where we have a tag for gender, where they mention the development the goals is, and this sector has an important role. And here we are talking about the capital market. This market in the region is somehow small, or even it doesn't even exist. And the engines of economy comes from the corporate sectors, major corporations, and small and middle-sized companies that belong to the corporate value chain. And the corporate sector, when they become consumers of goods and services, they have a very important role in relation to how small companies consume their products and how they invest, as this is considered in the 4 issues that I've mentioned. And in the decision making, and all that is used to balance the game. So somehow this is the image of what we have been working. Thank you, Maria Laura. It's been really interesting. This lack of knowledge, the need for information, data, everything that allow us to see clearly what we are talking about when we are talking about investments and gender. And that allow us to get closer to the financial world. Now I would like to go back to Luiz, because obviously Power for Women for many years has worked in a process of value for women, in relation to empowerment, the WEPs, and everything. What happens to these companies when they adopt a process in the organizational process, in the segment? What Maria Laura mentioned. And in relation to the WEPs, they have cases that relate to investments and mechanisms and all the financial aspects. Do you believe that such reports and such segments can contribute and make more financial mechanisms more present? When public companies, they are not only talking about their labor work and the results they have and everything, this creates a benchmark, a comparison that help those who are investing, like the companies and all that, and what the companies do. I believe that we need more companies that not only publish the data, but analyze data and publish results that are related to realize what is happening. A company that has 500,000 employees, Sodexo, from the food sector, they analyze their results, 1 million of people, and 500,000 of people, and they understand gender balance. They have 47% of women, and they see how they are present in that, and they have seen how these companies have better results in sales, brands, customer satisfaction, among other things. And this is published by them. And this study, the studies that are done by them, so those who invest, that another company that has the WEPs in the the Dominican Republic, we have a group of women. They had a return of 35% in the first year, and they prepared a publication for that. And with such data, I have used them to talk with banks, banks that are receiving this type of financial data, all that related to financial incentives and different investors. They help us to bring evidences, and we create a comparison, so there is no pinkwashing. So this is more real and serious. In fact, we are in a very special moment at the region. Not only talking about the COVID crisis that have placed us with many challenges in relation to all these problems, but from what we have been working from the initiative, all the equality requirements, all the investments, and everything. We have to be aware of what's happening, and we have to have tools to understand what we are talking about when we are talking about this gender equality, and also all the financial aspect. I would like to mention a sentence, quote a sentence, that we are making, we are taking an action, and when we take an action, this will take us to find other actors and more commitment related to gender equality and women power. I would like to close our panel and thank you. Thank you for your support, for your comments, your valuable comments, your analysis, and more than that, I would like to thank your organizations that somehow managed to help us, allowing you all to be here and being part of a process that is happening, helping women to be present in the market. So now I would like to leave you with 2 future launches that we are going to have for Value for Women, regional report about the impact of gender in public and private sector, and we are also developing with this guide of awareness for the financial market. So we expect to open doors with that. I would like to thank you, Maria Laura, Luis, for your participation and your great thoughts in our panel. Thank you, Gabriela. It was a pleasure. Thank you. Thank you very much. Well, I hope you are learning as much as myself. What a great talk. Congratulations, all 3 speakers. And thank you very much. Now, let's go to principle number 7, related to measurement and report. We know that it's not what is not measured cannot be managed, and we would like to reinforce the importance of companies to establish quantitative targets and monitor them. The progress will be published in specific reports, and gender indicators should be added to the existing reports. In order to discuss about tools, measurements, and sharing, we will start a sequence of presentations about the subject. We'll have Natasha Cereceda Gonzalez. She's the Communication Director of Swiss Chile. Inge Van Balle, co-founder of the Herculean Alliance and founder of Pink Ladies Games, to talk with us from Belgium. And we also have Fernanda Ariceta, Director of Alva Creativa from Uruguay. Ana Fauth, Manager of WEPs, of the WEPs office from the UN Women from New York, and Sabrina Bittencourt, Senior Management of EY. The floor is yours, ladies.
Hola, buenos días. Mi nombre
Good
es
morning.
Natasha Cereceda. Soy
My
la
name
directora
is
de
Natasha
comunicaciones
Cerecera. I'm
de
the
Suez Chile.
communication director
Nos
of
tomamos un
Swiss
encuentro en
Chile.
las oficinas de Suez para
And
darles esta
we are
charla
here
respecto
to
a la igualdad
talk
de
to
género.
you in relation to
Agradezco la
gender
invitación.
equality.
Agradezco mucho la
I would like
invitación
to
para hablar de
thank
este
you all
tema
for the
que es tan
invitation to
relevante y
talk
más aún
about
en
this
estos
dear
tiempos.
subject,
Y en
a
particular en
subject so
Chile, que el tema
relevant to our
de
moment.
diversidad,
Mainly in
inclusión está siendo
Chile,
discutida
diversity and inclusion is something that has
a
been
nivel
discussed
político también.
for a long
Entonces,
time.
este tema ha tomado gran relevancia.
And this subject is so relevant to us nowadays.
Empecemos con la presentación, la
Well,
primera lámina.
let's start
Nosotros
with
en
our
Suez empezamos a
presentation.
trabajar
We
en
from
el
Suez
tema
started
sistemática,
working
en el tema
in the subject
de
of this
género a finales
talk
del 2008.
about gender and equality at the end of
Nos
2018.
hicimos miembro del programa
That
Win-Win
was
de las
when
Naciones Unidas
we
y a la vez también empezamos a
became
trabajar en
members of
forma
the
paralela en una
UN,
norma
and we
chilena, que es
started
la
to
norma
work
chilena
in parallel
3232,
in a
que se
Chilean
le denomina igualdad de
initiative
género,
that
conciliación
is
de la
called
vida
Gender
laboral, familiar y
Equality,
personal. ¿Ya? Bueno,
conciliation
al día de
of
hoy nosotros contamos con una
working life
política
and
de
family
equidad de
life.
género y
And we
conciliación de la
have
vida
a
personal,
policy for
familiar y
gender
laboral,
equality and conciliation
conocida por toda la
of personal,
organización.
family, and
Contamos con
work
un
life.
plan de
All
acción
that recognized by
2019
our
y
company.
2022
We have
que
an
aborda
action
aspectos
plan
como
from
participación de las
2019 to
mujeres, aspecto
2022
muy
that
relevante,
includes the participation
especialmente en
of
esta
women in such a
compañía,
relevant
porque es
subject,
una compañía
especially
muy
with
masculinizada.
family, because
Nosotros
we
trabajamos,
are
por
a
ejemplo,
male company
en
somehow.
el ámbito
We
minero, ¿ya?
have
Trabajamos
some
también con plan ahora
mining
temas de
business,
oposiciones,
and we
brecha
also
salarial,
have
sensibilización, alianza, búsqueda
plans to
de
make
aliados que nos permitan
alliances,
trabajar
and we
y
also
rescatar
try
como
to
las
look for people
prácticas,
who
¿ya?
make our
Violencia en un
practices
amplio
easier. And we also talk about
espectro, porque no
violence
solamente
and
abordamos acoso
all
laboral,
the
acoso
spectrums.
sexual,
We
sino
don't really
también
don't talk
abordamos
only about
violencia
that, about
intrafamiliar,
labor, but we
¿ya?
also
Derechos parentales,
talk about the presence
discriminación
of
y
issues,
conciliación.
prejudice, conciliation, and co-responsibility. So how do we start that? We start with a diagnosis. It's something that where we identify the gaps. We have an identification of what is happening, and we have some focus groups that are integrating men and women. We have marketing, some marketing material, and we have all the material related to recruitment, selection. And for instance, we talk about the EPP catalog, all the organizational structure, all data, and all information that we have available. Everything that is related to the diagnosis we make. It's something that is clear and essential for us to evolve as a company. Here we have some examples, an evaluation of the process of training divided by gender, by number of hours, and all the content that is approached and discussed. For instance, we at this moment, we incorporate inclusive language, and we increase the approach of women in the selective process. And which are the procedures we have today? We have the harassment, sexual harassment, we have discriminations, we have some detection for this type of approach, we have a career plan, we have capacitation, we have also selection and recruiting, and we also take account and pay attention to problems that may have arisen during the pandemic. We also have a gender focus plan, and we, for instance, started to pay attention to somehow other special moments like the breast cancer prevention month, the prostate cancer prevention, among others. And now I'm going to mention what we have done in the year 2020. Here we have some important points to share with you. We have the participation of women in the recruiting process. So we had actions that were incorporated, that incorporated more women in the organization. And we also signed an agreement to our company, with a study institute in order to participate in all this process. We also have to consider salary breaches. In relation to that, we have performing some evaluations in the salary difference. We evaluated not only the salary of women, but we also analyzed the salary of men. Something that we also have done in 2020 was to consider the intra-family violence, because people need to have tools in order to approach cases of violence in families. We also worked with essential outcomes that somehow related to labor harassment, sexual harassment. We try to understand what it is. We worked with lawyers to understand the legal aspects so we can understand what we could, how could we help our employees in case this happens to them. We also had a female leadership, and we had the participation in a program that is called Pronuncia from the University Adolfo Ibanez. And this training was related to women that occupy top management jobs. So besides that, we also worked with communication. We talked about the parents' rights and how they have somehow have their rights, and the way they are part of the creation of their children since they are born, and they also have dedicated this type of information to all our employees. And we also have an important point about co-responsibility, mainly in the context of the pandemic, and how they somehow have a relevance in that subject. This is something that we have been working for a while, and we will continue on working after this crisis and this moment. Now we have some lessons learned and some recommendations that we have since 2018. Well, first of all, we have to define, perform a diagnosis and focus in all the efforts we have been performing. We have to define all the alliances and evaluate the resources that we have. We have to incorporate this subject to our agenda, not only our agenda, but the agenda of the high management of the company. We have to align the objectives with the statement of values from the company. We have to establish a relationship from health and security. We also have to develop and include other areas in a transversal area. For instance, prepare a gender committee, for instance, with participation of different people, different genders, to be an equal team. We also have to incorporate men and women in this project, because gender equality is a subject that includes everybody, men and women, and we shouldn't take that as something that only belongs to women. So it's really important to take these messages home and do not forget our recommendations. Something that is worth mentioning is to educate, it's to train. We have complex subjects that should be mentioned. Violence, not only the part related to domestic violence or physical violence, but we also have psychological, economic violence. We shouldn't forget that. We have to clearly mention that. We have to consider that as harassment, and we have to consider what it is, what is not, and we have to look for allies in order to help us and help us work with that and identify these people. So we have to create networks, trust networks, mainly when we are working with harassment, because we have to pass the messages in a clear way, and we have things that cannot be ignored by companies, and that's the messages we have to send to our organization. Harassment is somehow, labor harassment and sexual harassment is not allowed at any circumstance, so we should be quite clear, and we should emphasize that, so we would stop this type of attitude. We have to analyze in a permanent manner our system, everything that we do in relation to gender. And it's not only to prepare a campaign and a work that you have with this gender point of view. It's something that you have to prepare yourselves, prepare your company, and it is something that has to be changed since the mindset of people, the culture of the company, and every single point. I would like to thank you for your support.
Hello. Talk to the forum today. As a female entrepreneur, I love sharing my insights and my thoughts about what's currently going on in the world. And of course, I'm always curious to find out more about the point of view of others and to learn myself. Let's get started. So we do live in very challenging and interesting times indeed. We already feel that the world and the reality as we have known it until 2020 will never be the same as before. And I strongly believe that this era is a perfect opportunity for gender equality and for diversity in general. So even though we still have a lot of challenges to tackle, I'm convinced that there's a real mind shift taking place, and this shift will allow for more balance and for more diversity. So let's grab that momentum and now try to change the face of the workplace for the better and forever. So I was asked to talk about the main challenges in human relationships during the pandemic. And I would actually like to point out 3 main challenges that we've noticed in the workplace. And they are mainly caused by the fact that remote working has been the norm during an extended period of time. So we're talking about 3 challenges that are more a lack of connection, a lack of well-being, and a lack of leadership. So that period of remote working actually resulted in a disbalance. And to be honest, these 3 challenges that I point out now were already present before the pandemic. They just weren't that visible. So let's talk about that first challenge, the disconnection. I see it on 2 levels. Actually, it's a lack of connection or a disconnection on an interpersonal level and also on an organizational level. So first of all, the connection between colleagues has been distorted since quite some time now. Colleagues haven't had the opportunity to really connect with each other in real life for a long time. despite many attempts of organizations to establish virtual connections. And we have been very successful, actually, to collaborate together and to work together, thanks to wonderful technologies that exist. And we should be thankful for that. But we must also acknowledge that we actually need real-life connections, real-life encounters to generally connect with other human beings. And it's those little things that start to matter in the long run. No more informal chats at the coffee machine or in the elevator. No more birthday cakes or after work drinks. So, and after more than 1 year, we start to realize how much these moments matter. They increase camaraderie, they strengthen teams, and they actually make the specific culture of an organization. It's what we call the smell of the place, and that's something that is disappearing. Now, and secondly, it's actually the connection between the organization and the individual. Many employees seem to have forgotten why they chose to work for that particular employer in the first place. So we talk a lot about the know-how of an organization, of a company, but we sometimes forget to emphasize what the know-why is. What is the purpose of our organization? Why was it created in the first place? And why do you, dear employee, belong to our tribe? So a lot of companies now need to work on their purpose, their mission, and their values again, and communicate them more clearly to their employees. So for me, that's the first thing that organizations will have to do, to invest in reestablishing these connections. Now, the second challenge is well-being, and that's probably not a surprise to many of you. We need to feel good as a person on a holistic level in order to become the best versions of ourselves. So, and by holistic, I actually mean mental, physical, nutritional, and social. So the overall well-being of employees seems to have decreased during the pandemic with weight gain, lack of sleep, lack of exercise, and also a lot of burnouts and even depressions. And a lot of these are the effects of social isolation caused by the lockdowns. So as a company, it's important to focus on the well-being of your employees and to show that you care. But I must also say that it's a shared responsibility, and the employee has also the responsibility to take care of himself or herself. So the third challenge that I see is leadership. We have seen that the health crisis also became a leadership crisis, and many leaders have actually felt paralyzed, and they haven't always shown the strength that their people expected from them. And that has led to distrust or to a divided population also in the workforce. And the layer that has suffered most from that is actually the middle management, because they feel stuck in the middle. But at the same time, I would also like to point out that we also see a positive evolution. We have seen the rise of new leaders who didn't always necessarily have those titles, but who have taken ownership and who have shown that they have what it takes to lead in the future. And that's exactly, according to me, where I see actually a perfect opportunity for women, for millennials, and for minority groups. Now is the time to give these people that chance. And how can we do that? Well, by training and by developing their skills, by giving them the confidence that they need, and by giving them the tools, by providing the tools to communicate. So these are actually quite some challenges. There are other challenges, of course, but for me, these are the most important ones that need to be tackled with priority. So now the second question, of course, is how can we measure these challenges? Well, a lot of organizations, and we see that within our clients too, they really want to understand what the impact is. They want to know how to measure the effects of these challenges within the organization, and to see if there's a difference between men and women, between blue collars, white collars. Are we capturing specific needs of minority groups, or how do we know that people actually don't or still believe in the future of the organization? So, and then once we really understand that, what can we actually understand what we have to do? What are the actions? And when we take actions, are we actually making progress? So these are a lot of relevant questions, and they need to be taken very seriously, especially because you want to keep your best talent and cultivate innovation and also attract new talent. So we found out that the best way to do this is through surveys, followed by an interactive dashboard and a platform throughout the whole journey. So that's what we actually try to capture and see how people are actually feeling on a very frequent basis. So that's why we absolutely believe in pulses and pulse surveys in order to measure the temperature on a continuous basis, especially because the world is evolving so fast now. So the advantage is that you get an overview in real time about how people are reacting to specific changes. And of course, if you look at the dashboard, as we make it as interactive as possible, so you can actually see what the differences are between your target groups. But of course, it's anonymously and it's within the boundaries of GDPR and within privacy. But once you get these results, we choose to share them in a transparent way. So that means that you can actually see a lot. You can see the good, but also the bad and also the ugly. And that might seem a bit scary for some traditional managers, but we actually believe that open communication is the best recipe to move forward. It gives you an objective basis to start from instead of starting from our own personal biases. So it's much easier to agree on the next steps. So this means, if you look at it, that the employee voice is heard, and this has an accelerating effect for groups who feel that they're not heard enough. And when they actually feel that they're listened to, they will be much more engaged. So it's a win-win situation for everyone. And of course, once you start measuring your results, you go for next steps. And then, of course, you can use other features on an engagement platform by facilitating workshops, ambassador programs, events, by giving inspiring content, by launching challenges, and by using the power of gamification. So all while you are measuring all this, and this is not this is a wonderful source of inspiration and information. So I'm going to do that last one again because I had my timer going on. So actually, by facilitating workshops, ambassador programs, events, by launching challenges and using the power of gamification, all while measuring everything that you do. And that's a wonderful source of information. So finally, I was asked to talk about our Employee Engagement Awards. How has it started and how has it been received? Well, we started a new initiative during the COVID crisis, and it's called Employee Engagement Awards. Our aim was to raise awareness on engagement and, of course, to encourage well-being, leadership, CSR, and diversity on the work floor, because we believe that these drivers will make a difference in the near future. I must say that the pandemic has also challenged us as an organization to reinvent ourselves. We had to postpone the event. We had to rethink the concept more than once. But finally, we have created a concept that we would never have had without the pandemic. And we also have a TV component where the candidates can explain and defend their case like in an X Factor show in front of two juries. One of the juries is an expert jury. And of course, we also have a next gen jury with a lot of millennials who are actually listening to what companies have to say about the future. So actually, we initiated the Employee Engagement Awards because we thought that it needed a community approach. the current pandemic challenges can't be solved by one or two companies alone. It's something that needs to be done by the community. And the response of our awards has actually been extremely positive. We've been organizing these awards for the second time here now in Europe, and we're also expanding the concept this year for the first time in the Middle East, in the Gulf region, more specifically in Dubai. So the idea is also to expand the concept to Latin America. So if you are keen to be part of this, please do not hesitate to reach out. So as I stated in the beginning of my presentation, I believe that these challenging times also offer opportunities for all of us to take on a new role, and especially for women. The new era will need more female energy, so this is our chance to finally establish more balance. So I hope that you've enjoyed this short presentation, and of course I would love to hear from you. So do not hesitate to contact me with feedback. All the best, and see you soon, and hopefully in real life next time.
Hola, es un gusto estar aquí con ustedes.
It's a pleasure to be here today at the WEPs Forum and the win-win the win-win program, and how to have companies included with gender opportunity. I'm part of Empathy. I'm Fernanda Ariceta, and we are very proud to work in the win-win program, and we have followed companies in Uruguay and in the region in this new pathway in order to have a gender equality perspective. I would like to share with you this room for recalculation, where companies have this excellence route, and when we realize we change routes when we need to change where we stand. And that's a different way to reach our destination, that is gender equality. And we have to understand the gaps, sometimes a route that is somehow inherited and can be modified. In the last years, we have looked for excellence, and we, in the last years, have seen what companies can do, and subjects related to gender perspectives, and how men and women can develop this type of organization, and how things were outside our agenda. And change the perspective and measure in time, kilometers, separating from objectives. And that's the first invitation that the win-win program and communicate and show what needs to be changed. Even if we are an excellent company, we will need a couple of adjustments, and we will need to look at the everyday management in order to reach the change we are willing to achieve. And then we have this tool developed from our partners, a free tool that allow us to take some snapshots from the organization, getting to know since the person who enters the company up to the leaders, and all the commitment and the implementation of concrete achievements, so we can be proud of how we are going to improve, how we are going to grow, and this pathway up to the moment we are able to achieve gender equality. And that is related to the 4 pillars. How we live from a strategic leadership, how that impacts the working place, and how this is related to the working market. And the companies that are with us, they take that snapshot and then start thinking how to change the scenario, how to change the route, create a new route to a place that this array of colors can be reached. Those are places where we reach excellence. When we take this snapshot, organizations say, can we make any change? Well, that's the result I have. And I need different points of view for different companies. We don't have a single recipe for that. So we have type, industry, country, and many other things that vary from one company to the other. And we need to find what fits each organization. And that's why we have some alternatives that in practice can be used. First of all, we need to prioritize the urgency of where we have the red spots. The red spots are used here. And when I take the snapshot with the app, what are the urgencies? Where do I need to quickly work? And so we have tips and hints of how to improve indicators. So we see improvements, and then we realize that maybe things couldn't be done. They aren't the colored key parts. Maybe they can be changed, but not so urgent. And they prefer to start from a different place. And this is valid. It's related to the third point, where we can add priorities to our plan development. And that's the place in which we have a larger impact for improvements.
So these strategies help me to prioritize, and we've had the pleasure of following different companies in different countries and establishing an action plan. And we only need to sit down and think about where we can use those tips, those small changes, those configurations to change routes, to trace a new path, and to actually have concrete deadlines. So they can be metrics that can be reached in the delivery of the reports. And you need to have a plan that can be made, can be activated, and we have resources for that. And for us to be able to think about time, money, space, and put this in our agendas so that we can do an action plan, because every action plan has a different kind of planning. So an example over here, this is a principle to notice that we're talking about different WEPs principles. So it's an activity that has an objective, that has indicators that can be used in the metrics, and what kind of activity we're talking about, what kind of date. So we can think about a year, a few months, or we can have two plans, a short-term plan and one that that has more ambitious targets. And when we're talking about measuring, it's important to talk about the gaps that exist. So we have a tool that is called DERP, and this is to measure these gaps, these labor gaps that we have to set the priorities so that we can have a control panel to view how we're going to get to that place. And then in terms of control as well, it's a dashboard of key indicators inside the tool, but we have to build it inside our reality. So this shows us results in the company. So it shows the key indicators, if we're talking about salaries or recruitment, the use of benefits, the percentage of men and women, what kind of change I can make in the supplier matrix. So we need to have ambitious objectives, but objectives that are intermediate. So how am I going to change my whole matrix of my whole grid of suppliers, right? It's not a specific recipe, it's gradually, and some of them we can work with the purchasing, and others start with pilot projects to get new suppliers, and others have 20% of the strategic suppliers, and that's what makes the difference. So it really depends on the organizations and the things that they have in common in terms of success cases is that they have shared their experiences, taking on the experience or the knowledge that generated programs, and also other exchange in the web, other webinars and seminars and everything, creating the program. But this can continue to generate their own locations, and there are maybe organizations or categories. And you can do it proudly because you know that there's this other person who, from another company, an executive, male or female, and in this sense, they can provide and also receive new ideas. They can give new ideas and receive them and take advantage of pilot projects. So, of course, they do little tests as well for the people who work with us. There are male and female employees creating solutions. So that's a very interesting part of what we managed to do in the workshops and in terms of awareness, and look at the needs, the intentions, the good ideas that come from people inside the organization, and they know their business better than anybody else. So we can actually generate an important difference. So measuring to be able to know and changing so that we can become better. So hopefully there will be more and more companies, and thank you. So how are you?
I'm leading the work on women's empowerment principles from UN Women in New York. And today I will bring a conversation about transparency and accountability. For those that need a refresher around the 7 principles, we are focusing on leadership, workplace, marketplace, community. And principle 7 is about measuring and publicly report on progress and achieve gender equality. And by reporting, you are showing commitment to transparency. Why is that important? Why is transparency and accountability important for making progress on gender equality? It is the core of the WEPs framework. It goes hand in hand. Assess and manage progress, need measurements. How otherwise will we know that we're making progress? And is required to sustain efforts and achieving results. It's also increasingly a demand from various groups of stakeholders to have and to deal with transparent companies. From talent that are looking to work with organizations where their values align. So it is an opportunity by showcasing where you are on the WEPs journey to attract new talent, but also to retain the ones that you have already attracted and that are in your companies. And it gives them a better understanding of who are their employers, what are the values, and where are they where is the company on the journey towards gender equality and women's empowerment. It's also very important for consumers to better understand who are they buying from. Are they buying products and services from a company that has values that align with theirs on gender equality, diversity, and inclusion? Similarly, what we have seen in the last 1 or 2 years is this is also very important for investors and other business partners to know what are the risks in doing business with you and your company. We have seen an uptake of what we call gender lens investing. They're interested to know both from a benefit, but also from a risk assessment perspective, whether your corporate culture aligns with gender equality values, and what are the risks of, for example, a class action or risk of sexual harassment cases. And they will know this by you showing that you're making great progress on gender equality. The WEPs journey, we have these reporting and measurement throughout the journey, but I've picked out two parts of the WEPs journey where it's particularly important. It is once you have signed and you have communicated your commitment to gender equality through the women's empowerment principles, and it's time to start activating your organization. This is the time where you also need to know how to activate it, what are the KPIs, how are you going to measure your progress. But in the WEPs journey, it is also very much linked to the sustaining phase. As I mentioned earlier, sustaining progress needs measurement, needs also to be communicated, and the reporting, which I will come into in a little bit. Principle 7, many of you might already know what that means. I have put the link here also to the weps.org /resources, where you will find the WEPs brochure that goes into more detail. But just to give you a sense of what is included in Principle 7, the focus on measurement and publicly reporting. As you may know, on the weps.org, you can have a company profile page. This is where the CEO of your company can put his or her photo and their commitment in form of a quote. Also, that's where you can put your baseline indicators. And this is also where you can showcase your results. And I will show that in a little bit. But it's also important to develop incentives and accountability mechanisms within the company to accelerate the WEPs implementation. For example, by collecting and not forgetting analyzing gender statistics and sex disaggregated data. And this is very important to be able to benchmark and to decide what you want to achieve on a yearly basis. But also to do more kind of softer collection of data through internal stakeholder surveys, to survey your employees, and to understand what are their perceptions of the company culture when it comes to gender equality. We have this year launched the WEPs Transparency and Accountability Framework. So there's also an opportunity, once you're ready, to show your results against these indicators, and I will show you in a little bit what that is about. And it's important to then showcase that data so that all your stakeholders know that you're making progress. It's not about being perfect and having the best data, but to show that you are moving in the right direction and moving and making progress from a year-to-year basis. Many of you have already used the WEPs gap analysis tool, which is a self-assessment tool to really for you to understand where you are and in what directions you can go. But we have also started to collect lessons learned and good practices to show a little bit more the qualitative aspects of the journey that companies go through to implement the WEPs. So this transparency and accountability framework, as I mentioned, was launched on 8th of March, International Women's Day this year. It builds on and aligns with existing corporate gender reporting platforms, and you can learn more about this in the WEPs brochure, which platforms we have aligned with to make sure that your reporting is using the same indicators across the board. It's a comprehensive tool for you to measure your progress. It's a holistic set of indicators, and we selected these indicators for their likelihood of really making a big difference for gender equality across corporate value chains. Their potential to drive transformation and this transformative change, but also the ease of signatories to collect the data and the probability that you will be able to report on those. So we selected them, and we have, as you know, for a year and a half, have 3 baseline indicators that focus on the percentage of women employees, and women leaders and women on the executive teams or in the board, depending on the type of company. And as of this year, we have added 8 essential indicators. But in this package of the framework, we also have complementary indicators that are a little bit more depending on which country you are, which industry and size of the company. That might be easier and more difficult to collect those data. So those are in a separate category. Then we have input and support measures indicators. These are more about tracking your policies and practices and specific measures, very much in line with the gap analysis tool, and 24 additional indicators for those that are willing to explore a little bit more. You may wonder what this +1 and +2 means. We will next week launch 1 more baseline indicator and 2 more essential indicators specifically for investors, because we have many investors that are coming and like to know a little bit more on what they can do to achieve gender equality. And those are the ones that are highlighted in orange. So the ones specifically for investors are in orange. The green ones are for the baseline indicators, and the other ones are for all the WEP signatories. So these are the indicators. I won't go into them in detail, but these are the indicators that we are using for our platform and where you can come and report on progress against these indicators. So it goes mostly at the outcome level, where we would like to be, where we would like to have more diversity, a good mix of women and men within the company. We'd like women to have the same earnings as men for work of equal value. We'd like the new hires, the promotion and career opportunities to be equal for women and men. And the retention rate, number 8, is where we see where women often drop off the workplace. And this is after parental leave. So we think that this is also a good indication for how your culture in your company managed to retain women and men who take parental leave and the opportunities for them to return back to the workplace after their leave. On the company profile page, I hope you all have a company profile page. You have an opportunity to showcase where you are on the baseline, but also on these other indicators that I've just shown. And you have the opportunity to show whether you would just want to give this to the platform and to UN Women, or if you'd like to make it publicly available. It is your choice, and it is you can start with some indicators and first put them as private, and then when you feel comfortable to publish them on to the public. And you can start with some indicators and then build on additional indicators. We want to make this as easy and friendly for you as possible. And this is how it then shows on your company profile page. Others can come and see what great work you are doing and how you're progressing on gender equality. So this is how it will show on the website. And it's the company profile page that I mentioned earlier, will have your CEO and the quote, and also be complemented with this data. For those that have not yet signed the Women's Empowerment Principles, I would like to take the opportunity to invite you to do so and really join us on this journey. Finally, I'd like to just mention again the brochure, the WEPs brochure. It's on our website, and this is an opportunity to go deeper into the WEPs Transparency and Accountability Framework, and to really get into depth with which indicators you can be using in your company to measure success of your work on gender equality. I'd like to thank you all, and I hope that we are on a journey of transparency together. Thank you.
Olá, eu sou Sabrina Friso, sou gerente
Hello,
sênior da
I'm
nossa prática.
Sabrina Friso. I am in AY, and I'm here to talk about the business case we're developing together with UN Women inside the win-win scope. And we're going to deal with how we can invest in gender equality. It is good business for companies. So we developed a study divided into two. In the first part, we tried to get theoretical evidence, taking many studies made by consulting companies, organizations, universities, NGOs who deal with this topic of including women in the labor market, and also a second part that is more specific for the Latin American market. We had 140 voluntary companies that sign WEPs, just like, for example, Brazil, Argentina, Jamaica, Uruguay, and Costa Rica. And a point that we identified in the study that called our attention was that the journey of the companies that are leaders today in the topic of diversity and inclusion, they have dealt with, of course, focusing on gender equality. They have talked about this for more than 10 years. So it's a journey of decades, not years. And what we've noticed is that it always starts with something internal, reviewing your demographics, and then it goes on to focusing on business. And this is something common for us to notice. And if we evaluate it in terms of, okay, first I'm going to take the medication and then I'm going to take it over. So it makes sense. So the diversity that we're talking about, because organizations consider three pillars. The first one is the pillar of talent. So the organizations that start to deal with this diversity agenda, they deal with this agenda focusing on gender, looking at their demographics. So what are my demographics like? So I have logics of, what are the people like? Where are my talents? And it's usually a human resources agenda. But only this human resources agenda does not sustain transformation. That's why I need the business. I need the strength that the business has. But if my agenda focuses on gender equality, and that's only for business, it's not genuine. It looks like you only want to take advantage of a wave. That's why both have to be very aligned, and you have to transform from the inside out and show that, in fact, it is a strategic subject, important for the organization, and that's why you're taking it to your whole value chain. And the third pillar is the way we make a long-term agenda viable. So it's a risk agenda. So when I have more diversity, gender diversity as a whole, here we're talking specifically about gender diversity inside my decision making, I have a more robust risk assessment and I have better decision making. I have other ways of controlling it. Governance is more robust and I can make my business feasible in a sustainable manner. So these are the three pillars that are directing organizations that are more mature and the ones that have invested in gender equality and captured the results of this investment. So when we talk to the organizations here in Latin America, we noticed that the time the investment time of this journey has been smaller. So about 4 years with very few exceptions. There's one company or two that have their headquarters abroad and they have been working on their gender strategy because headquarters have demanded it. In general, companies have about 4 years of investment in gender equality. And as a consequence of this, their actions, their results are better. They are more connected to internal demographics, where the companies are able to be clear on how to get over these internal challenges. So the first step that companies are able to do, the first one is principle one of having more women in leadership positions. I was surprised interviewing some companies that had placed, 30% of women in the leadership position. That was their target. They already have 40% of women in leadership positions. So the outcomes are really very promising. And what we notice is that having this target makes a difference because it gives direction to the company and what the paths are and the actions that should sustain this objective. It's no use just having the objective. You need to make this available, right? And it has to be sustained as soon as you achieve it. So then we bring more specifically principle number 2 of providing equal opportunities to men and women, and principle 4 of providing educational opportunities and career opportunities that are equivalent. We're talking technically as well as in terms of behavior. Now, coming back to the metrics, which is the topic of our panel, what we noticed is that the organizations, Brazilian organizations or Latin organizations that were part of the study, they have evaluated traditional metrics. So you don't have a lot of innovation on this subject. But what was very important, before, in spite of having this cockpit of objectives or targets, having women in leadership positions, and also evaluating the demographics of the corporation as a whole, understanding the composition of the women that are part of the areas that generate revenues to the company and that have a P&L, and also for the industries that are more technical and operational, the composition of women, the participation of women in operational positions. So over here we're talking specifically about more known industries, as more known as male, not that they're male industries, but they have more men, manufacturing, mining, energy, and also the financial sector. A factor that was very important for these objectives to become effective and for organizations to be able to capture all of the gains and we have complete diversity in their organizations was accountability. So actually providing accountability not only to human resources, but this is for the business. So this is a strategic agenda for the business. And for this, all of the executives, all the managers, it doesn't have to be senior executives only. Everyone, all the executives and managers that we have, it's a team, and they have a responsibility about this number. They have accountability, and you have to make it tangible for your reality, the reality that is at the extreme, in the extremes. So how does he do in terms of gender equality? And how do we do this? We noticed that there are a few companies who do this in Latin America, but according to the studies, we notice that this is a trend and it's going to be demanded increasingly. So you have variable compensation according to results and according to achieving objectives. That's something that we noticed in the studies more than in the interviews, but we understand that the companies have an appetite for this sort of thing. They are structuring themselves to consider the targets in these executive assessments or in the variable compensation of their executives. And what we also noticed in the previous step, we considered the result of the performance evaluation as a whole and indirectly connect that to the variable compensation of executives. So that's something that we noticed that is already happening. But not everything is wonderful, right? We also collected, well, what are the lessons learned in this journey? And what we noticed was that the involvement of men was practically, in 100% of the companies that we interviewed, and it was also corroborated by the studies. So this is not an agenda of women. It's not a human resources agenda. It is an agenda of the company, of the business. So we're talking about including 50%, talking about the data in Brazil, it's 50% of the population. So reflecting the national demographics inside the organizations in all the areas. So we're talking about the business. We're talking about clients and understanding the needs the public has, the pain the customer has, and have different perspectives to make decisions. And then in terms of outcomes, going on to this logic, several organizations out of the 40 that we interviewed, about 4, well, it was 10%, right? They talked about an increase in the number of readiness to be able to address new markets. And basically because they considered other dimensions and other factors to get into new markets and offer new products. And before, they were not in the radar of the organizations because it was not on the table to do that sort of assessment. So they started incorporating other revenues when they started considering diversity in decision making. So having diversity in the body that makes decisions for the organization. Something else that the open capital companies do, and the ones in the financial sector, they talked about these outcomes, and they also corroborated this in the study, specifically about the impact on the value of the shares and the ROI. when the companies became publicly committed to gender equality and showing this through their results, their financial or non-financial results, and their statements and sustainability. I can talk about Easy by B3 or Dow Jones and Fruitsy for Good. They are international. So as soon as these organizations began to publish their results, their commitment, they started having access to more mature capital and investors that focus on the generation of long-term value and impact on what is doing right. On doing things right for society. So it's a different profile of the investors, and that makes business grow, and they want to see innovation in the business as well as in society as a whole. And there's indirect gains as well. I'm not saying it's indirect. It's the gains of being recognized as a brand that has value because of its talents. And people look for you. I want to work in that place. I want to work in company X or Y because it's according to my purpose. It's an inclusive companies. There are excellent financial results as well. So with all of this, I would like to provoke you with a statement. Do you still have doubts or do you still have questions about inclusion and gender equality? Do you think that's not good for the business? Have a good afternoon, everyone. I have no questions about that. So many inspiring voices in these presentations, right? Thank you very much to all of you who brought important contributions here today. And we're almost at the end of our agenda today, our WEPs Forum 2021. Now we're going to have a very special presentation of the Women on Board program. It's an initiative that has everything to do with the WEPs principles because it promotes gender equality, relating principle 1 to principle number 6 in terms of rights, defending rights, and principle 7, which is monitoring and reports. So it becomes very clear that the presence of women in leadership positions is something good for business, for women, for development, and for society as a whole. And that's why we want to provide knowledge to this initiative that tries to recognize, promote, and disclose the existence of corporate environments with the presence of women. So I would like to invite to this presentation Carol Conway, co-founder of Women on Board. Hi there. Good afternoon, or good evening, or good morning, depending on where you are. My name is Carol, and I'm here to tell you about the WAP movement. Together with these women who are here, we founded in 2019 this to increase the participation of women in the top management of companies. First of all, I would like to thank another group of women, Anastasia, Ana Carolina, Maria, Teresa, Tainá, Cláudia, all of their teams and the whole team from the UN who helped us to promote our movement and so many others so that we would have gender equality in the world. Why did we decide to found this movement? Because in Brazil, as well as in other places, we discovered that women, although they represent more than half of the population, more than 60% here in Brazil of those who graduate in the universities, in the administration boards in 2019, when we founded our company, it was only 10.5% of women. And if we disconsider the substitutes, it's only 8.2%. So what we notice is that 47% of the boards do not have any women in Brazil. In 2020, although this number has increased to 12%, we still have 43% of boards without any women. The average around the world is double that, so 24%. And if we look at countries like France, we already have 44% of women. And what we noticed is that this reality is reflected around the world. There are several countries, several continents that don't have in their administration boards and their consulting boards the presence of women that we have in society. And what we notice is that we do not have any seal that identifies the presence of women in the boards. That's why we created WOB, Women on Board, because it's actually a little pun to identify the women on the board and at the same time putting women on board the boards, right? And what do we mean with WOB? We want to value the presence of women in the boards, consulting boards or administrative boards, and focus on these women in this top management area. With WOB, we have an objective tool to identify the presence of these women in the boards. We also have a tool to rupture the indication to nomination by peers that are only male of representatives in the board. And what we want to generate is what we call peer pressure. So this is a movement that companies, looking at the market, looking at other companies that have the WOB seal, because there are women on board, they are going to be motivated by the movement in the market to bring the women on board the boards. And we also want to generate a movement that we call top to bottom, which is to make the leadership influence this gender equality and stimulate gender equality in all the elements found in the companies. So motivating gender equality, we also motivate qualification. It elevates this qualification and increases best governance practices in the boards. So in summary, our objective is to show that plurality promotes positive changes in society and also provides a positive impact on all the stakeholders inside the organization itself. And besides that, it is also a win-win situation because it provokes and stimulates greater financial payments inside the companies, and it also improves the brand and the incentive or the stimulation that this company has to increase its longevity. How does WOB work? We identified the companies that have at least 2 female board members. We certified these companies. We advertised that this company has the WOB seal, and many of the companies also advertise this. And from then on, we followed closely the certified company as well as the ones in the other agendas of the UN. So we intend to generate an impact, the beginning of a movement to increase the number of women on boards and in the market. What are the commitments of our certified companies? They have to maintain at least 2 women on their boards, effective women on board in their boards. They have to show the documents that prove the nomination of these women. And if there's any woman that is not on the board anymore, she is going to be substituted by another woman, and the commitment is to do it in 6 months. And what we have seen since we launched WOB, we have seen that the companies start with 2 women, and then after this first movement, it is inserted in the company's culture, so nominating more women. So this is the natural movement of the company. What we have seen is peer pressure working. So if a certain sector company in a certain company in a sector gets lobby, then they also want their other companies also want their lobby, and they try to nominate more women or even the first woman or the second woman in their boards. The feedback that we've had in the boards is positive. The topic was actually discussed, and now the boards are beginning to think about nominating more women. The collaborators of the company have given positive feedback for us when they see that the companies advertise that they got the WEPs seal and that the top management of the company is less unbalanced or more balanced compared to what it was. What we have also seen is that the WEPs seal has helped to identify boards that have women by managers and also other companies, investing companies that monitor the markets. Over here, we have our current certified companies. We have more than 37. We have 9 in line waiting in the pipeline and many requests from international companies. And that's why we're here today to announce and to launch the WEPs seal internationally. Our idea is to start this movement in terms of gender equality in top management, and that's going to stimulate the market to absorb more and more benefits in terms of gender equality that generates value to the company, to society, and for all of us. Thank you very much, and I'm going to invite you to visit our website, to spread this news and look for us so that you can get the WEPs seal as well for your company. I loved this initiative. It's really good. Congratulations. And, well, we've had 2 incredible afternoons here at this event, and I'm very sad to say that we're in our last session now, the closing of this great event. And for this moment, I would like to invite 3 very special people to connect with us. Let us check out who they are. And they are already here with us. We have Maria Esther Corral Cotijas. She is the regional coordinator of the Win-Win program from UN Women. We also have Teresa Perez del Castillo, the regional coordinator of the Win-Win program, UN Women, and also Anastasia Divinskaya, a representative of UN Women in Brazil. So good evening to our participants at this moment of closing our conference. It's a pleasure to have you with us. And as you probably know, we had a day that was full of content, very rich content, and we'd like to hear your words about the recognition of web companies and a summary of this win-win program. So I'm going to pass the word, first of all, on to Maria Esther, and it's up to you. Right, so thank you very much. Muito obrigada, gracias. Good evening, good afternoon. Muito obrigada a todos por estar conosco. So as the regional coordinator of the Win-Win program, UN Women, also we have the operational, we have Maria Esther Corral. It's great to be able to talk to you to close our regional forum, WEPs Forum 2021, for an equal future. It was 2 intense days. We've heard more than 40 panelists in Latin America, in the Caribbean, and in Europe. We have learned and we have shared the best practices from companies and also people who are committed in terms of gender equality. And we've had heard firsthand about the great opportunities that we can work with. So for everyone, and the more than 2,000 people who registered to watch this event. Thank you very much, and I hope that you enjoyed it as much as we did. So definitely, I'm sure you know this program. In 2018, it was a pleasure, and we had the challenge of implementing this win-win program in terms of gender equality in 6 countries in Latin America and the Caribbean. The win-win, ganha-ganha, ganar-ganar. This program was also together with the Alliance of International Women and the European Union, and it is financed by the European Union to provide gender equality and empowerment of women in the private sector. So for those who are new and for those people who already know us since 2018, we have prepared a 5-minute video that summarizes many of the initiatives that we have worked with in these last 3 years in this very intense moment but very gratifying path. Thank you to all of the people who have followed us, have been with us during this time, for your great teamwork. Let's look at the video. 6 countries. Connection. More than 20,000 jobs. Commitment. More than 5,600 employees. More than 300 tools.
Alrededor del 90% de los puestos de trabajo en el mundo se encuentran en el sector privado. Esto representa un enorme potencial de las empresas públicas y privadas para implementar acciones transformadoras.
Companies to make transforming measures in terms of social responsibility for women, benefiting all of society. This includes not only large corporations, but also the medium and small companies providing impacts, positive impacts. So we have to be convinced about this, together with our institutions, the partner institutions, the women, and the World Labor Organization. We developed this win-win project, and we're talking about gender equality. We know that it's good business. So this is the focus of our project that is going to live in Brazil as well as in Argentina and Chile, in Costa Rica, Uruguay, and Jamaica. And they're all going to work with the private sector, with companies, and companies that are in Latin America and also in Europe. The win-win program, articulated by results, has made concrete practices, creating communities, creating capacities. And the first results of the program were to empower, view, and create collaboration between entrepreneurs in these people in Latin America, the Caribbean. And during the implementation of the programs, we noticed that when we move this connection between entrepreneurs in Latin America and women from Europe, this was manifested into something very strong and powerful. And this is a common view. The strength of this network was made through training and mapping the opportunities for support, and also the perspective of gender to increase the commerce and the business, the demand for women in these businesses. We have to look at the quantity of women who are entrepreneurs in many sectors, and we have to have a policy not only that is not only inclusive, it has to be a policy where women actually develop. The second results were to reinforce the capacity of companies and the organizations of employers, increasing commitment and the practices for equality of gender and improving the conditions of the labor market for women. So basically stimulating WEPs, the principles of women. There are 7 alignments that we give companies so that they have this in their agenda. And using as a WEPs platform, trying to increase the companies that had support through different tools. Among those that have confidence, we have training also in the creation of practice communities. So also in terms of having women in top management, and this is part of the work of the Win-Win Project. So trying to promote changes in leadership. And what we have, we're going to stimulate more and more companies. The recognition of the companies for their good practices has been very important for the program, viewing companies that are highlighted because of their program. And then they stimulate other companies to do the same. And this can be done by any company, private, or not, and big or small. There's an impact on gender, and it's difficult for women to get to financing. Only 7% of private capital and of risk is transformed by women into companies. So challenging the financial system, the transforming power that women have as from our role as consumers and also as producers and also as investors. And then we created the Investments Initiative, which is a platform with financial people to be able to invest and to promote investments with an impact on gender, and generating new tools. And training was done at different levels of the country. It was in person and also virtually during the pandemic. It is very important not to go back to what we had in 2019, but have a new normal. We count on you so that we can continue having a better reality. The Win-Win program has products of knowledge, and they are very easy to browse through. They also created a group of people that are allied to the webs, and they recognize leaders, volunteers, male and female, that will be active in terms of bringing new organizations to be part of this change over the next few years. So working as a team and articulating with organizations of all of Europe and generating knowledge and exchanges and information, we have provided an impact on the private sector, entrepreneurial companies and people, associations, organizations, and the community. It is a trip that we're going to make together, and we're going to have this transformation that we really need in Latin America and in the Caribbean. Well, definitely. We are on the right way. There's a lot of progress that has been done over the last 3 years, but we're just starting. And we also wanted to share some initiatives that are going to happen. So as you know, in our mandate, our commitment was to have gender equality, empowerment of women in the private sector. It's also very important to launch this Agenda 2030. And we're going to have new alternatives, new paths, and new funding to be able to continue these processes, bringing new tools, and also trying to work for gender equality, entrepreneurs in the companies and in the private sector, and having a good performance. We would like to share some of the initiatives that we're going to develop. Some are already in the video, but we would like all the knowledge, all the tools and documents and learnings and materials that are generated in this program. They will be at the reach of those who want to continue working for gender equality in the private sector. So that's why we have the OIT and the European Union. We are just preparing a program that will be launched over the next few days. And of course, we're going to send this to everyone who is here and also the WEPs companies. And this WEP is going to be for companies that are entrepreneuring, and so that they can access all the knowledge generated during this win-win program. In second place, we're going to have a set of communication products to summarize the impact of the program during these 3 years. So in the video that we just showed you, there's the idea of communication, and we're going to have other videos with the reports. So in this on the same page that we mentioned before, we're going to have something clear and compact about the program that we've done these last 3 years. And finally, last but not least, we have made up a group that we call People That Are Allied to WEPs. We have 153 people and 116 organizations in the 6 countries that we work in. And this group of people We would like to thank them very much, and we would like to recognize them. They are key to provide opportunities to everything that we've already built. These are people who have been recognized for their influence in their industry, in their activities, and during these years they manifested a clear commitment for gender equality and empowerment of women, and especially the implementation of the WEPs. The people that are allied to the WEPs, they are being trained by the program to be able to transmit the most relevant topics about the issue of gender equality in the companies, and then they can multiply the impact that we have seen over these last 3 years. And because of time, we're not going to mention the whole list of people in the WEPs, but you can actually access the list in the site that we mentioned before. And I think, Tere, we would like to thank everyone once again for the people who were in this forum with us, and especially the Marina Finsky and Febarachi, and for the whole team that is in São Paulo, and the technicians and translators and photographers and MCs. To all of you, thank you very much. And also, since teamwork is always very productive and gratifying and more fun, I would like to, from the bottom of my heart, give great thanks and special thanks to all the team in the program. I think it's more than 40 people that are in this win-win program, people from other countries. Thank you to all of you for giving your professional value to provide the results that we have seen. And to wrap up, and also to give you a summary of the results, we're going to share with you another little video. In this case, it's a 1-minute video with the main numbers that impact the program. Let's watch the video. So we are ready to receive the person in Brazil responsible for the win-win program, and she's going to give us the final words, the final remarks for this forum. Anastasia? Thank you very much, Teresa and Esther. Thank you for recognizing the work of this wonderful team that is with us here at the studio. Congratulations to everyone, and congratulations to you for the incredible work that you do. I'm a fan of the Win-Win program, Ganar Ganar, Ganha Ganha, and it is great to see the results of all this, and for thinking of everything that is in the reach of everyone, and we can advance in the direction of a more egalitarian society. And now I'm going to invite Anastasia to give us her final remarks. So Anastasia, please. Good evening. Boa noite para todos.
Obviously with you, and the personal honor to me and the UN Women representative in Brazil to close this magnificent event. I cannot be more proud of the Win-Win program. I cannot be more proud of the Win-Win team. I cannot be more proud of the results which we have achieved together with you. This program has been truly transformational. Thanks to our donor, the European Union, and our key partner in implementation, the International Labour Organization, we have confirmed an extremely relevant role that the private sector has in achieving gender equality and women's economic empowerment, and more broadly, achieving the goals of our 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda. As we have recalled during these 2 days together with you, more than 90% of the jobs in the world are in the private sector. We cannot envisage a short-term future in which the private sector is not fully involved, committed, engaged, and working hand in hand with their employees, men and women, and supply chains. The United Nations is ready to provide all necessary support to achieve this. UN Women and ILO stand ready to continue this journey together with you, with national governments, international cooperation partners, civil society, and the diversity of the stakeholders to make it happen. I do want to acknowledge the contribution of all the companies that have joined us these 2 days, but also in the special way to all the companies and private sector allies that have demonstrated their continuous commitment during the 3 years of our program implementation. I invite you and I count on your support to sustain all the advancements which we have reached together with you during these years. It's obvious that there is no future without gender equality, without racial equality. There is no future in the work alone. We have to continue this journey together, and we count on you in this. This forum was the most important WEPs-related event for Win-Win, for UN Women, for ILO, for EU. More than 1,600 persons got registered. 8 hours of qualified content has been aired, with 40 speakers from Latin America and the Caribbean and the European Union. Wow. It has been the best possible framework to bring to you the key learnings, best practices, inspiring testimonies, and relevant experience the program has supported, and the best possible invitation scenario to kick off for all of you to continue this journey together with us. We all have a role to play in the promotion of gender equality, women's economic empowerment, and the construction of a more diverse and respectful work in our environments, which leave no one behind. And being with you in this moment, closing such a fantastic event, there is only one word which would summarize the emotion, the feeling which I have. It's the profound gratitude and the thank you word. I thank the European Union for its generosity and unconditional support. I thank ILO for being our partner in implementation all these years. I thank more than 900 companies that have committed and signed to the WEPs in our 6 win-win countries during these 3 years. I thank all the key partners and allies, employers, organizations, civil society, academia, media. Last but not least, I have a profound gratitude to the resilient, capable, and highly qualified team of Win-Win program in all of our 6 countries, Argentina, Brazil, Chile, Costa Rica, Jamaica, and Uruguay. We have fantastic professionals, and we have top quality professionals working for UN Women. I cannot be more proud. And these are the people which make a difference. You have, you, the team of the Win-Win made it possible. You made this happen. I'm honored to be closing the WEPs Forum today, and I hope to connect with you very, very soon. Good evening, and thank you so much.
Muito obrigada, Anastasia.
Thank you very much, Anastasia, for your words. Definitely everyone is leaving this place with a lot of inspiration. Thank you very much, Teresa, Esther. And once again, thank you to all of you who were with us during these 2 days. It was an honor to count on you and having all of you, all the spectators. And now, unfortunately, it's time to say goodbye. So have a good evening or have a good afternoon for those who are in other time zones. And thank you very much once again, and see you next time. Bye.